And now we're at our 30-second pre-show ad break.
What is this break sponsored by?
Tonight's ad break is sponsored by Clan Ventrue. Why pick the lesser of two evils?
Sponsored by Clan Ventrue. We rule you.
Welcome to Philly by Night, a 5th edition Vampire the Masquerade game set in the city of brotherly love and ensconced in a world of darkness. Philly by Night is a game intended for audiences 18 and over and tackles some dark, difficult, and disturbing topics. As such, this is your trigger warning, content warning for our session. Topics can include, but are not limited to, use and abuse of disciplines, body horror, manipulation, mutilation, gaslighting, raised voices, social and physical violence, starvation and its effects, religious extremes, mentions and methods of torture, and the possibility of final character death. For the safety of our players and our staff, we do have the stoplight system in play. Green thumbs up means everything's good. We've got the blue palm, which is I'm fine. My character, however, is going through it. We've got the yellow fist, which is, hey, let's slow things down, maybe pivot away from this topic. Red thumbs down. Unfortunately, session needs to end. We shunt everybody over into decompression, and we get everybody back to good. That being said, tonight is a very special occasion. The new guard has been invited out to a Ventrue after 5, which is more of a social, business casual mixer. After their stellar performance at the garden party, word has spread through the city. And now, more clans wish to meet the hand-picked coterie of city leadership. Tonight's in-character date is March 20th, 2025. It is an overcast and damp night in the city of brotherly love as the city sinks beneath, as the sun sinks beneath the Philadelphia skyline. We start our night with our resident Mithraean, Thomas. You rouse from day sleep, and the hunger hits you like a freight train. You are at hunger 3 before you even push the blush of life. It is clear that the blood equinox is already exacting a heavy toll on you. As your eyes open, you see a familiar form seated at the end of the bed. It's Teddy. His eyes are white, glazed over. His throat torn out. The meat hanging in tattered scraps. His voice comes in a rasp. You think you deserve happily ever after. After what you did. Was it worth it?
Thomas is going to close his eyes and picture Teddy, how they were when they were children, and he took care of him and watched out for him.
And you do. You close your eyes and you picture Teddy. But the beast will always demand its pound of flesh. And as you open your eyes back up again, he's still seated at the end of the bed for a moment longer before evaporating into that thin wisp of almost black smoke. Thomas, was it worth it? All of the nights you spent protecting him for it to end the way it did?
Thomas is going to tell himself that was the cost of betrayal after everything that he did for him.
Okay. So, as you rise up out of the bed, I assume you're going to be, especially in this, the holiest of times for your faith, you're going to be offering your benedictions to Mithras and what have you.
Yes, he is. He is going to pray for patience for this night.
Right, because if he grants you strength, he's also going to need to give you bail money.
Yes, yes. There's going to be some final deaths if that happens.
Understandable. The Blood Equinox is already off to a very rough start for our boy. But again, as you offer your prayers to Mithras, you feel that same dual presence, those two hands on your shoulder. The one small, slight, a lithe warrior. The other massive and imposing that seems to cover you from clavicle to shoulder blade. You hear nothing, but you still feel those presence. It is as if the city itself has curled its arms around you. And you set about getting yourself dressed. Thomas has taken into account what Samantha said to him last night at their meeting.
Yes. He manages to find himself a nice shirt.
Good man. Good man. So you'll get dressed, and I'm assuming you're going to fire off a text message to Samantha to let her know that you're ready to swing on by and pick her up.
Yes.
Excellent. Most good. Which brings me to our next player in this little quartet that we have built. Samantha, you rouse from day sleep, uncomplicated, moisturized, hydrated, in your lane. But the memories of last night do still linger at the edges of your mind.
Yeah. There's a part of her that after she had gotten into her penthouse and started to de-dress for the night, that she laid into day sleep thinking that was temporary. It will wash away when I wake up in the morning. I don't have to worry about it.
Has it?
No. And that's a problem.
Why don't you go ahead and give me a composure and resolve real quick?
1 second.
Uh-huh.
3 successes.
3 successes is good, but there is still that lingering, that stupid, oafish, smarmy, smooth, strong man.
Muscly, disgusting man.
You want to kiss him so bad it makes you look stupid.
Professionalism.
Professionalism is key. We'll see how long it lasts. So, Samantha, you get ready for your night. Are you going to check social media, or are you mission focused?
I think that would be the first. Like, she would wake up, try to get her wits about her, shake off this man out of her brain for now, and yeah, go to check social media.
You would see that the chatter on the wire is par for the course. You know that most folks right now are still talking about Brooke's new album.
Not great, but not the worst.
But there are some of the more gossipy creators,
Mhm.
especially on TikTok and Instagram,
Mhm.
that are, oh, Samantha Nocturne's been spotted out and about in the streets of Philadelphia. Like, what could this mean?
Are any of them like credible photos of her?
There are no credible photos. Right now, it is mostly just like, oh, I have a friend in Old City that like saw her out and about.
Okay. Not
No,
great.
nothing credible, but closing in.
Okay. All right. She can't worry about that. She has to get dressed, and preemptively she's going to grab some, like a sewing kit that she might have in case she needs to do some emergency alterations.
Okay. As you finish getting dressed, your phone buzzes. And it's a text from Thomas, who tells you that he is ready to swing by and pick you up whenever you're ready.
I think she'd slip on the dress, and then text him whenever he's ready. That should give her a few minutes to, or no, she's gotta do her makeup first. She's gotta do her makeup. But after makeup and she puts on her dress, she'll probably text him that he can be on his way.
Okay. So once you have finished putting yourself together,
Mhm.
you'll let him know that like now is a perfect time to come by.
Mhm.
So we are going to pause there while we shift a little further away from the core of the city and out to the outskirts. Effigy. It has been a difficult time adjusting to Philadelphia. Things move a lot differently here than they do most other places. But you're starting to become accustomed to the tunnels and how to move about the city without causing major issue. Uh, Thankfully, your Primogen and Whip have been indispensable in helping build various cover stories. Avant-garde artists come to Philadelphia all the time. So now you can move about on the street in your mask and people don't seem to look at you twice. So there is something freeing about this city, that these people, they do not, provided you are covered appropriately, these people, they don't seem to look at you twice. They don't see the hideous monstrosity that lurks just beneath that thin veneer of respectability. You also have been given a gift in the form of an outfit to wear this evening to your exacting specifications, because you have heard tell through the rat lines that two of your coterie mates had something of a rendezvous last night, and that they will be wearing purple to this event. Now, what the nature of the rendezvous was, you can't say, but it was at the Society Hill Dance Academy. So maybe it was just business, but she did leave in his car. So, to your specifications, and with a little bit of input from Gato and Rat Tail, you get yourself dressed for the evening and keep telling yourself that, Vesper. You are able to get yourself put together. You're a little hungry this evening, but it's nothing that you can't manage. Is there anything specific that Effigy wants to prepare before he leaves the Clan Haven?
I don't know that there's anything specifically other than how do I say this? Getting his mind right, so to speak, for what is to come as best he can.
Maybe a little bit of light meditation?
Yeah. He uses the dance situation. His background is in dance. He understands what goes on. He knows how crazy dancers can be. Specifically ballet. And he kind of gets a light chuckle at that, and it kind of helps get him away from the anxiety, so to speak, of the situation a little bit.
And you would get some encouraging words from both your Primogen, Rat Tail, and your whip, Gato, that, like, these are Ventrue. They are not the be-all, end-all. They are not even the clan that is currently in power in this city. We are Nosferatu. We are the clan of the hidden, but one of our number occupies the throne. And to kind of keep that in mind moving through the night. Now, you all, for reference, you all would have been instructed to meet at the Coterie Haven first. So that is where we will all be heading before we head over to the Pyramid Club for the main event. So how does Effigy go about getting to the Coterie Haven once he's ready to head out?
Would you say the tunnels, his knowledge of the tunnels is enough to get him to there?
Oh, absolutely. His knowledge of the tunnels is enough. The Clan Haven is also not all that far from the Coterie Haven, so he could catch the surface. He could catch the Shoe Leather Express on the surface if he wanted to, but if he feels more comfortable in the tunnels, that won't be an issue either.
I think he feels more at home, especially with his past locations, the catacombs and such, that he would probably just do that. It's like a walk in Central Park for him.
Right. Effigy using the tunnels would be no different than the rest of us walking the streets. So you're able to make your way to Poison Hearts, and you are one of the first to arrive. As you pop out of the tunnels, lead to a lesser used subway station nearby, and from there it's a 2-minute walk over to the Coterie Haven. we are now going to drift on over to Mr. Castillo. Hawk, for the first time in this entire chronicle, you are not waking up at Hunger 3. You are instead waking up at Hunger 2.
A win's a win. A win's a win.
So, while your day sleep was plagued by nightmares that you do in fact remember vividly, well, if one could truly call them nightmares, because any dream with Laurent in them, is it really so bad?
It can still be a nightmare. He's had one where it was not the grandest of times.
He's had several that have featured Laurent. You can vividly recall the feeling of fang on your neck. That sense of consumption. Of being utterly and completely consumed by another. And it does cling to your mind. But the beast is quieter than it usually is tonight. So, what preparations is Hawk going to make to embody Sam Castle, the young ingenue fresh to the city?
Well, first thing is he's going to wake up. Obviously.
Obviously.
He's a bit confused at why there's no hallucinations. He's like, this is weird. I don't know if I like it. But after a moment, he's like, all right. I think for once we're on the same page with this. Okay. This I can deal with. Then he'll do his usual morning routine, which is taking a shower, to wash off the nightmares the night before, get dressed, go to the mirror, make sure that all of his scars are covered up by his clothes. And then he puts product in his hair. Wild. He's getting a bit adventurous. And then he'll pull out. Oh,
we had briefly lost Effigy, but he's back now.
Then he'll pull out a designer clone that's not too extravagant, but it's still like enough to show that like there is some money there. Sure. And he looks
trying to go band for band with nothing but teakwood essence.
Yeah. Then he'll look in the mirror again to make sure that he's all dressed up, and he'll debate for a moment if he should raise his potency, but then he's like, not the time nor the place. And if he's trying to be a lower than what he is, probably won't sell as well if he's at higher potency. And we've decided that premonition for this chronicle is not a look into the future. It is just a split-second decision, correct?
It is a little bit more nuanced. You would see things like, what is that? Okay. Sorry about that, folks.
No worries.
We had a bit of a microphone blowout on one of our players. It's fine. Everything's fine. So where was I? I apologize. The premonition, yes. So it would do things like highlight the right door to take or the right turn to make. It would not give you that glimpse into the future, that vision of things to come, but it would kind of guide you on the optimum path.
Okay, so like if he was to use it right now, it wouldn't.
It would highlight your bedroom door.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Like it would
highlight.
lead you. It would lead you to the Coterie Haven.
Yeah, so not what his intention is, but so he believes he is all set to go. He writes off a quick missive to Rowan that I already posted a few days ago.
Yep.
And he'll take it. Yep, go ahead.
That'll get sent out with the rats.
Yep.
Because there's always a rat in Philadelphia.
A rat with a nice wasabi pea, and he'll head over to the Coterie Haven.
Are you driving, catching the Shoe Leather Express, taking one of the later buses?
Driving.
Okay. Traffic in Philadelphia it's not great, and on these damp, overcast nights, it seems a little worse, but it's navigable. You make your way to Poison Hearts to find that you are the second to arrive. We're going to take a moment. We're going to backtrack because, Thomas, you have arrived at Vesper's building. You park in the parking garage. You fire off a text that says, "Hey, I'm here." And you wait. Now, how does Thomas compose this text? Is it all business? Hey, I'm here. Are we using some emojis? How are we composing this text message?
One, I can't imagine Thomas ever using emojis.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's picked up a thing or two.
If he did, they'd be like the old ones, back in the 90s and AOL chat.
Right. Yeah, you're using like the text emojis, not like the baked into the phone emojis. You're using the old school. We're not sending like eggplant, water droplet, volcano emojis. We're sending like semicolon dash parentheses.
Okay. That being said, yeah, it'd probably come across more as just all business,
Okay.
I've arrived, waiting for you.
Okay. Samantha, your phone buzzes, and it is a message from Thomas telling you that he has arrived and waiting for you.
Oh. There's a moment where, she's putting on, she's, fixing the straps of her heels, putting her ring on, making sure her bag is all, secure with everything she might need. It's not very much. And there'll be a weird feeling that kind of blossoms over her chest, maybe in her stomach, when she sees that Thomas has messaged her. She knew it was coming. And I think in equal parts, it's just like, oh, like he actually did it. That's nice. And then an overwhelming sense of nausea, of just, ew. Actually, in fact, she would text him. She would text him back, on my way. If it's all business, she's all business. And she's going to look at herself one last time in the mirror, surprised that the dress fits.
And you can't help but notice that slight blush across the apples of your cheeks.
She's going to close her eyes. And when she opens them back, she is looking at her own reflection in disdain as she looks at herself and goes, "Get it together." And she is going to spit blood at the mirror.
Clear the wreckage that is your presence.
Correct.
Okay. So you make your way down to the car after spitting blood on the mirror and just absolutely disgusted at your own behavior and your inability to control yourself around this smarmy, tawdry, oafish, muscly, gorgeous man.
Old.
And you make your way down to the car, and Thomas is just hanging out waiting.
Yeah, he's leaned up against it, ankles crossed, playing with his lighter.
But you can't help but notice that he has dressed to match.
And she'll pull not that taut PR smile that she's been taught, but something halfway. It's still a performance, but not so vapid and plastic that it would off-put him. That he's clearly clocked before.
Oh yeah, he's clocked you good.
And she'll approach him in front of the car, look him up and down with that smile, and goes, "You matched."
You recommended the purple. Managed to find one.
Managed to find one. Meanwhile, it's pert near the same shade.
How perfect the shading is. Perfect. You have good taste.
You look lovely.
Mr. Pierce.
Thomas was going to
Oh,
go to the passenger door and open it and hold it for her.
Ever the gentleman.
Ever the gentleman, and also a scoundrel. She knows he's a scoundrel. The gentleman is nice.
She thinks he's a scoundrel.
Yes.
I mean, he is.
I'm not saying if he is or isn't. I am just reiterating that there is some overwhelming evidence that Thomas might be less of a scoundrel than previously thought.
Yes. But she will. That doesn't even catch her off guard. People used to open doors for her back when.
Oh yeah.
And so she'll slip into the passenger vehicle and set her clutch in her lap and look up at him as if to tell him to shut the door, or that he's clear to shut the door.
He'll shut the door and come around to his side.
And now that y'all are in the car, Thomas, it is no issue to glide on out of the parking garage and onto the streets of Philadelphia. You make your way over to Poison Hearts, and you two are the last to arrive. We are going to now shift back up as Effigy arrives. The first thing that you would notice when you get to the apartment above Poison Hearts is, just like every other time you have met with the coterie here, there is the scent of warm baked goods that has wafted out from inside of the apartment. And as you enter, there's Virgil. He's clad in business casual. He's got a blazer and slacks with a turtleneck, but he also has an apron on as he's removing a fresh batch of scones from the oven. And he gives you a polite smile. Effigy, it's great to see you again. Scone?
Sure. I would love one.
And he just scoops one off the pan with a spatula, places it on a napkin, and hands it out to you. The living room of the apartment is set up as usual. There's chairs kind of circled around the coffee table, and you're free to take any position you like. As you are moving to sit down, the door opens again, and Hawk joins us. Virgil makes his same offer of scone.
I am all right, but thank you for the offer.
And just a polite smile, and he gestures you in. Hawk, Effigy, as the two of you settle into your chairs, the apartment door opens once more. Now, Thomas, are you first through the door, or are you last through the door?
I forgot I was muted. He will open the door and hold it open for her to go through first.
You would both see Thomas open the door and kind of allow Samantha to enter before stepping in himself and closing the door. But you can't help but notice that they arrived together and dressed to match. Now, Effigy, this feeds into some of the rumor that you heard rumbling through the rat lines last night. But let's get a quick reaction from Hawk.
He looks over, and the most you would get from him is a raised eyebrow before he kind of turns back.
So, Virgil gets his scones transferred to the cooling rack and takes off his apron and joins the rest of you in the living room. So, not much of a debriefing, or not much of a briefing this evening. Let's just make sure that we put our best foot forward. Yeah. The Ventrue have been particularly irksome as of late, and we desperately want to make sure that we get a bead on what their intentions in this city are. Okay. Microphone discipline, super important. So Virgil continues that we want to make sure that we get a better bead on what the Ventrue are up to, because they've been up to something here in the city. There have been rumblings of discontent. You can all head over together or separately, but he's going to be taking his car over to the Pyramid Club just in case he is not the biggest fan of the atmosphere.
before people decide to like split off, Hawk will kind of situate himself on the table, in the chair that he's in. Just something to mention. This evening, I will not be going by my actual name, so if people make mention of myself, it will be under the name Sam Castle, not the usual Hawk Castillo. So just if you are referring to me, please use that name. I'm trying something new. Not like identity-wise, but a new way of going about this.
I mean, obviously, identity-wise, you're using a whole fake name.
He means not in the
No,
in the legitimate sense, yeah.
This will draw a pleased smile from Samantha as she tilts her head. Sam Castles, was it?
Correct.
Pleased nod. Pleasure to meet you for tonight, Mr. Sam Castles.
Castle, singular.
Ah, Castle.
This also draws a nod from Virgil. Just a very pleased look as he just, okay, well, let's, he checks his watch. Let's not keep the Blue Bloods waiting, shall we? And he'll look over at Thomas. No offense. And he'll stand up, smooth himself out, and head down to the parking lot. Now, Vesper, Thomas, are we riding together over to the Pyramid Club?
Thomas will offer.
Why would she decline it? Who else would she ride with?
Hawk, Effigy, are either of you riding with Thomas and Vesper or with Virgil?
I mean, I was planning on taking my own car, and I was going to offer a seat to either Samantha or Effigy. But if Effigy wants to cause problems on purpose in the back of Thomas's car, he's more than welcome to. I'm okay with a quiet ride.
Oh, I'm totally going in the other car.
Yeah. Hawk was like offering it with the understanding that it's not going to be taken, but like he still offered it.
In fact,
Effigy's just there. Room for one more.
Yeah. Do you mind eating in the car? And he bites his scone with his little pinky out, and yeah.
He's got like the mask just tilted up so he can.
That's not enough, right?
No, it's not enough.
Okay. See, he moves his mask. Wait.
No.
Okay.
Wait a
Put
minute.
blinders on.
She'll look over at Thomas. I mean, I don't mind. But she's obviously not the owner of the car.
I'd prefer if you snacked before getting in the car.
He just shoves the whole thing in his mouth.
Classy. Love it. So they'll shove it in his mouth, eat it down, pull the mask all the way back down, and we are going to head into our cars and off into the night. You find yourselves soon enough at the base of One Liberty Place. For those of you watching at home, it is the let's see, it is this one here. on the Philadelphia skyline. It rises from the city like a scepter, like a shining needle stabbed into the heart of Philadelphia. The Pyramid Club rests all the way at the top. As you enter, you feel different. This is not like entering just any old building in the city. There is a sense of weight and age here. There is a presence that none of you can quite put your finger on. Except for you, Thomas. When you walk into One Liberty Place, it is almost as if you are walking into a Mithraeum. There is a sense of power, of agency. Like the building itself is almost alive. Yes.
Because Hawk knows about the ritual that John conducted on himself, tying himself to the city, not necessarily saying he feels about Mithraean stuff, but does he feel a strong John presence here?
I would need you to give me an intelligence and occult.
You got it.
While you're doing that, you are greeted by the security guard, who looks you all over. You must be here for the private event.
Yes, we are.
Right this way. And he will take you all to a back elevator. Hawk, that is not enough.
Okay, so I'll spend a willpower then.
Okay. He will usher you all to a back elevator. He'll badge you in. The elevator will open and lift you all up to the Pyramid Club. Now, Hawk, you didn't pass the difficulty, bud.
Yeah.
As a result of your bestial failure, you will be gaining 1 hunger as your beast just is agitated at the fact that it cannot place why this building feels so strange.
Okay. Well, we have refreshments upstairs, so it won't last terribly long, but it'll be an annoyance going up.
As the elevator doors slide open, you are all greeted by a familiar face and a more familiar voice. The Chancellor Herald of Philadelphia has chosen to meet you all at the elevator, seemingly as if she was told you had arrived. Oh, Ms. Dillard.
Oh, look at all of you. Look at who got the dress code correct. Well done, Mr. Pierce, though I could have sworn you told me you were going with blue.
Thought I'd mix it up. My coterie mate
Mr.
suggested purple.
You in the mask?
Effigy.
Right. It's always better to be overdressed than underdressed, don't you think?
You would know, but yes.
You would notice, Effigy, that this does not come off as an insult. This is
Mine
this
isn't
is
meant
more
as that
a
either. It was
right.
Yeah.
Right. This is more like a, oh, look at you, always best to be overdressed. There is kind of this sense of respect from this clearly elder Ventrue.
Yeah. Appearances would dictate as such, I believe.
Oh, appearances dictate quite a lot.
That they do.
For better or for worse, right?
Mm. Quite the locale you have here.
Oh, I don't take credit for it myself.
Now, Dillard, you would know who owns this building. Is that something that you would let the assembled know?
What do they not?
I don't believe anyone here knows who the owner of One Liberty Place is. Is there somebody playing music in the background? Okay, good. Now it's gone. I don't think anybody here actually knows who the owner of One Liberty Place is. No. So, up to you.
I mean, no,
Okay.
no reason to share. Just that I
Fair
don't
enough.
take credit for it.
Fair enough. So, Dillard would lead you all a little deeper into the gathering. You would find that there are long tables along the outskirts of the gathering that have flutes of vitae set out. So those of you who wish, with the exception of Mr. Pierce, can slake themselves down to hunger zero, or can slake themselves down to hunger one. Mr. Pierce, you will only be able to slake yourself down to hunger two, because the hungry times. But if you would all like to, you may enjoy refreshments. Mr. Pierce, yours is served from a sealed decanter with your name on it. Something that the clan encourages each of its members to prepare themselves. So this is something that, like, you know that no one else here knows your preferred type. You prepared this decanter yourself.
Okay.
And it is, you would see several just like it, some of them elegantly crafted. These are items of pride that are maintained by each individual member of the clan. Some have symbols suggesting great conquests, mighty deeds. These kind of serve as a status symbol among the clan. And while yours is still fairly plain, you are rather young yet in the clan. There is markings on it that denote your rank within the clan, that denote your recent awards, that denote that you have been granted the ability to be a sire within the clan, and that you have strong, you have a very high dignitas. It is not quite unassailable yet, but it's getting there. You are absolutely a young Ventrue on the make. And Philadelphia has been oh so very kind to you in the short time you have been here. So, as you are all looking around the room, you see what look to be a few other Ventrue milling about. I will ask everyone for a wits and awareness, please. Okay. Good. I need you to buy more dots in awareness, Hawk.
We're working on it. I dumped it last session, and now we're working on the other stuff.
I've got 5 dice. Best I can do, 2 successes.
Best I can do is 2 successes. So we're going to start with Vesper. Samantha, as you look around the room, you see a motley assortment. You see a large man dressed in... the best way you can describe this man is what a poor man thinks a rich man looks like. His cufflinks are gaudy, his walking stick equally so. He is currently chatting with a redhead in a pinstripe 2-piece suit. The skirt is very tight. You're honestly surprised she's able to move in it. On to our 3s. Not only do you see now, Thomas, you would recognize Caldwell immediately. That's the Praetor. You would recognize the Praetor and his child immediately. You also see another blonde woman who is dressed rather smartly. But there is one individual that sticks out, who is dressed less than business casual, but certainly sticks out like a sore thumb amongst this sea of individuals. The black fishnet shirt underneath a hastily cropped suit jacket and high-waisted dress pants. Platinum blonde curls frame his face perfectly as he pushes his horn-rimmed glasses up and regards each and every one of you carefully. Now, Effigy, you see all of this. But because of your critical, there is something else that you notice. This young blonde man is not just looking at you like another party attendee. He is appraising each and every one of you in turn, almost as if he is assessing each of you as whether or not you are a threat. You would notice, the cold, calculated look of somebody who is measuring risk. And once he is finished, he turns back to the smartly dressed blonde woman and continues very casually chatting.
Would Effigy have enough experience to understand he's basically doing his job, so to speak, in there, or how do you think he would read that?
It would be safe to assume that this does look like a man who is doing a job, not just attending a gathering. So, like, that is a very safe assumption to make.
Right. Like if we were in a group, we'd have probably some in our group that's assessing risk. At least one of us would be. So,
and that person would likely be Thomas. Now, Thomas, speaking of, you actually know the young man and the blonde that he's speaking with, because you have seen them at services. That is Mona Reese, Percy's of the church, and Edwin Price, a fellow Melee. They keep their iconography subtle. She wears a small sickle on her lapel, and he wears a Persian-style sword bangle. But you would recognize them as both as members of the church, along with Caldwell and Lottie. But Caldwell and Lottie do not occupy any particularly high rank. Lottie is an initiate, and Caldwell is a nymphess. So the rank just beneath yours. I will leave you all to either follow Dillard and be introduced, or fan out and mingle yourselves.
Miss Dillard, if you will amuse me, for this evening, if you are to introduce me or speak about me to others in this gathering, if you could just refer to me as Sam or Mr. Castle or Sam Castle, it would be very much appreciated.
Oh, I've already been informed, Mr. Castle. After all, there is a reason that I have this. Flips open the fan.
War flashbacks. Understood. I just wanted to be better safe than sorry. And he'll do a quick scan of the room.
Okay.
And can I use Scry the Soul to see in this crowd who would be most I guess the best word for this circumstance would be extroverted.
I mean, you wouldn't even need Scry the Soul for that.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
You can see the folks that are like walking around glad handing, kind of, chatting with each other, and they all seem fairly gregarious, fairly outgoing. After all, they are Ventrue, and like this is their bread and butter is going out and networking with other Ventrue, other members of other clans. So like you don't even need Scry the Soul for that. You could, however, activate Premonition to see if there is any kind of flash of insight on where your best path would lay.
Yeah, then he'll do that way instead.
Okay. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
You got it. Resolve and aspects. May I blood surge?
You know what? I'll allow it.
Thank you.
While we're doing that, Vesper, Thomas, do either of you want to filter through the room?
I mean, Thomas would offer his arm to Vesper, see if she was interested, and he would introduce her to anybody he knows.
Damn it. She would look over to Chancellor Harold Dillard with a little bit of hesitation. He's a young upstart. He's definitely got whatever it is, the reputation or something. but also to be who she is on his arm. She doesn't know if that would do him good or would do him any good.
Dillard, are you going to offer any glances one way or the other?
Oh, well, I don't see why not. It's a glance after all. That's for free.
So, is Dillard for or opposed to Mr. Pierce and Ms. Nocturne pairing off? After all, they do seem to be getting along far better than they were the last time you saw them.
Oh, well, the young people have their way of doing things, and it makes sense for an ingenue to be on the arm of a young gun rather than an old lady. Dillard would be for this. Like, go, do what you do.
So you get that kind of nod of approval from Dillard.
She definitely doesn't do anything like this, but she'll take his arm, kind of wrap her across her wrists over, and just allow him to lead her.
So, Hawk, you activate premonition. And for the briefest of moments, it is like somebody has thrown pink glitter across your field of view. And, oh, fellow storyteller, what does Hawk hear in the back of his mind?
I'm the voice inside your head you refuse to hear. I'm the face you have to face, mirroring your stare. I'm what's left, I'm what's right, I'm the enemy. I'm the hand that'll take you down, bring you to your knees. So who are you?
And you would see the faintest glow around two individuals. One of them is the young blonde man. The other is the paunchy middle-aged man. And while you're making your decision,
Okay.
Effigy, are you going to work the room, find a corner to perch in and observe? What are you doing?
I'm going to just kind of keep to the outskirts and just kind of meander around the room and kind of use my ears.
Okay.
I would like to maybe do it. I don't know, stealthily is a thing because it's a small room with people, but
There are.
my movements would be.
It's not. The room is not that small. It's just the reception area is kind of intimate, but it does occupy an entire floor of a high-rise building. So there are opportunities for you to, for example, break line of sight and obfuscate. That way you can kind of sit quietly and listen, or if you just want to go to a window and take in the view and act like you are above it all while trying to listen into conversations, that is also an option.
I would try the obfuscate. I think.
Okay.
That approach first, and that is a route.
So That is aroused. And you have both Silence of Death and Unseen Passage. Okay, so your hunger does go up, but go ahead and roll out your, or no. You just, once you break line of sight, you do just kind of poof out of existence. And as long as you're not making any major noises, Silence of Death will keep you masked and you can move around the party as you please.
Yeah.
So,
church mouse.
Like a mouse. So, yeah. Let's go and call this a resolve in stealth for me, please, while I move back over to Hawk. Hawk, buddy, who are you going to make a move for first?
Well, he's gonna go off his first instinct, which is probably the guy who looks like he's getting ready to go to a club afterwards is not the guy who sent the letter. So he is going to stand next to Dillard and Chancellor Dillard, if you could humor me once more, would you be able to introduce me to those two individuals over there? And he'll kind of gesture his head over to the, I guess, the redhead and the oil baron that are in attendance.
Okay.
You want me to introduce you to the praetor? Sorry, to the chairman?
Is that who that is? Well,
Yes.
in that case, if you could introduce me to the woman that is talking to him when there is a moment.
So I realize that this might be beyond your understanding of the family things. I'm not very popular.
That
You might
is
have better
shocking.
luck if you introduce yourself.
Good to know. I did not know that you were not very popular. I mean,
Oh no.
you're certainly popular here, so, but thank you for letting me know. And I will go ahead and do that. Thank you. And he will bow his head and start heading over. And he is not wanting to intrude on the conversation.
Oh,
so
that's
he is
fine
going to
because
wait for a lull. Yeah.
the conversation between the two seems to be ending, and the redhead is turning to move away from the man. So she sees you approaching and gives you a polite smile. While you're doing that, Thomas, who are you introducing Vesper to first?
Probably head over to Mona and Edwin.
Okay. As the two of you approach, you hear the young man huff. I still don't understand what everyone's problem is. It's casual.
My dear sweet boy, you know when they say casual, they really mean not casual. You at
There
least
is-
included a jacket, though. I am impressed.
There is this unnecessary yet exasperated sigh from the young man before he sees the two of you approach. And he gets this wide Cheshire grin. Thomas! I'm really glad you guys were able to make it tonight. Finally, someone, and he'll cast a sidelong glance at Mona, my own age.
I see I haven't been giving you enough work.
It's a party after all. And he just kind of gives this like innocent little Samantha, you know a brat when you see one. I'm not even going to make you roll for this.
It takes one to know one.
Like real recognizes real, and you smelled brat the moment you stepped off the elevator.
When she hears that, she's gonna turn her head probably toward Thomas and just try her best to cover her mouth as if she's like adjusting something. She's trying not to laugh.
Edwin. Lana, good to see you again.
Thomas, Edwin's reputation precedes him. He was one of the young Turks out on the West Coast, an up-and-comer. He is somebody who is good with a gun, good with a sword, but not that great when it comes to boardroom etiquette. He's made something of a name for himself as a hothead, a firebrand, if you will. There are some that even claim during his latest bull hunt that his bull was the former primogen of the former primogen of the Ventrue out in Sacramento. Now, whether that can be believed or not, who can say? And polite company would never ask such a direct question. But you can tell from his toothy grin and his relaxed demeanor that this is a man who is more accustomed to the club scene than the boardroom. And who is this? And you see him look Samantha up and down. Talk about an upgrade, Tommy.
Please don't call me Tommy. This is Miss Vesper Nocturne.
While you were in such close proximity to Edwin, you feel that warm glow on your wrist as that special gift from Papa Mithras just kind of surges, pulses almost. And he holds his hands up. He's like, sorry, Thomas. I get a little too familiar sometimes. But he offers a polite bow to Samantha. Edwin Price, it's a pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Price.
And he appraises the two of you. And as the three of you kind of begin to get into a conversation, we are going to pivot once again. We're going to pivot over to Effigy because there is a role that I need to adjudicate for him. So we're going to back things up a little bit. As you obfuscate and move into position, you hear the rotund man and the redhead speaking in hushed tones. And you get the sense that this is The kind of conversation that some parents have with their children, where it is almost through gritted teeth, where they are kind of at the end of their rope. It's not appropriate for public, but they are trying their best to keep it together. I don't care what you have to do. I want to know why they're poking around in our business. And if we need to, I want that fucking twink obliterated. Traditions be damned. Get it done. And you hear her very demure and meek. Of course, sire. Before she turns and engages Hawk. Which brings us to Hawk. You are now standing in front of a very pretty, not like that matters to you, but a very pretty redhead who is giving you this very bright smile.
Before he says anything, can he get a vibe from this woman to see how to best approach this conversation?
Wits and insight.
And body language?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, what do I got to lose? I'm gonna spend a willpower.
Yeah. I mean, burn that will, buddy. Burn that will.
Yeah. Okay. 2 is better than 0.
2 is better than 0. But her body language is loose. She's here to have a good time.
Okay.
She's got that bright, chipper smile. And she holds her hand out. And she greets you. Hi, I'm Lottie.
Is it a holding hand out as if like a holding hand out
Yep.
or a holding? Okay. He will take her hand, bow slightly, give it a kiss, and then look up at her. Sam Castle, it is a pleasure to meet you. And then he will lower her hand.
And she'll giggle a bit. What's the matter? Not used to pretty girls?
In his head, it's just play the part. This is what she wants. Play the part. Play the part. And he gives a small smile, allowing a bit of a blush to go across his face, and just not much outside of the library, I fear.
You're going to try to push a blush?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go. Ooh, we're going to call this one Manipulation and Subterfuge.
I'm going to guess my specialty does not apply here because I'm not
Nope.
I'm not selectively obfuscating anything.
Correct. You are just outright lying.
Correct. But that's still a decent dice pool for Elmo. Dicebot really said, I'm going to make you waste those dice, those willpower that you just earned back.
I mean,
I know
You
two's
can't
two's not
possibly
good at
have
it.
much less because you still have that aggravated will.
No, you
Oh,
told
that's
me I
right.
healed from that.
You did heal those.
Yes. So
So
okay.
all right, that's a little bit better. Now for my roll. Let's see how you fare.
I really hope I fulfill that desire tonight, because I'm currently at the threshold where if I take any more, I won't feel full.
They haven't really even been starting to talk back to us.
Dice Spot really wants to make me work for it, which okay.
Okay. And she just kind of titters at that before she takes your hand and says, "Let me show you around," and yanks you off into the crowd.
If there's an inside look into Hawk's mind, all you hear is all around me are familiar faces.
I was thinking more the TikTok sound of "Congratulations, you just made Employee of the Month." Ah, ah.
Yep. He'll allow it, and as they're about to walk, he does say, "I do appreciate you showing me around, but is it possible that I could have my beautiful tour guide's name, perchance?"
She kind of looks at you as though something's not clicking, and she goes, "Oh, you poor dear, you're slow, aren't you? I introduced myself as Lottie."
Oh, I didn't hear that. That was Nico. Nico didn't hear that. Whoops. Got it. Hawk got it. Nico didn't. But now Hawk and Nico on the same page. Cool. Cool.
Yep.
Please do not fault for the fact that Nico is an idiot.
It is pretty funny though. Hey, sometimes, and you know, this might actually be a good thing. She thinks you're dumb. So, like, work with that. Go with that.
He's working with what he's got.
And right now, what he's got is a very pretty lady who thinks he's a little slow.
That's fine. That's fine. He'll just stare into the middle distance for a while.
So, while she takes you off to meet some more people, and now is even more insistent because, like, oh, you can't operate on your own. I have to help you. This is a good spot to take a quick 10-minute break, get up, get some water, bathroom, all of that. We will reconvene in 10 minutes, and we will continue on with the after 5. So we will be right back. And we are back. I hope everybody's had a chance to get what they need to get done in the break, because we are going to careen on with the second half of our session. So, Hawk, you're being pulled off into the crowd. Thomas, Samantha, you are currently engaged in conversation with a very affable but also very opinionated young Ventrue, who just Samantha, you can't quite tell what it is about this guy, but he is definitely giving off big brat energy. Like, it's not slimy, it's not smarmy. As a matter of fact, he could not be any less interested in you. It
He
is
loves
almost like he doesn't even want to be here.
I feel like that came off pretty obviously, and Samantha's eating it up because, yeah, she doesn't want to be here either. So at least he's being opinionated about it, so she doesn't have to be.
But before we get too deep in the weeds on that, Effigy, you would notice that the rotund man has moved away from where he was standing with the young redhead and moved over to another set of individuals. The early middle-aged, dark-haired man and yet another redhead. Both of them seem to be sitting together at a table, Waldorf and Stadler style, lobbing kind of verbal insults at what they see mixing and mingling around the party. There is talk of like, oh, well, I see they'll like just anybody in here. And, oh, well, gone are the days of sense and good taste. Some of those comments don't seem directed at your coterie. Most of those comments seem directed at the young blonde man who looks to be dressed more like he is ready to go out to a club rather than a Ventrue mixer. The large man waddles up to the pair. And how are the preparations proceeding? And they both look up. Everything's moving according to plan, Praetor. Good. Good. I can't imagine I need to remind two Ediles, especially ones so hungry, the cost of failure. No, Praetor, the man says. It is our understanding that a change in management is duly needed. And so, we will lay the groundwork. Good. Good. And remember, and he reaches out with chubby fingers and pats both of their cheeks pseudo-affectionately. There are rewards for loyalty. Now, instead of sitting here like bumps on logs, lobbing insults at our fellow clanmates, maybe it would do you some good to see why these ragamuffins are here. After all, I did not expect them to be so prompt in responding to my invitation. I half expected them to turn their nose up at it. And the two just kind of nod, stand up from the table, and filter off into the crowd. Now, Effigy, you've dealt with a large swath of people over the years. But man, You know a fucking rat when you smell one. And this guy, there are two kinds of people in this world. Well, there are more than two kinds, but there are two very specific kinds of people in this world. Rats and snitches. Snitches offer up information to save their own skin. They've gotten caught. They're going to do what they need to survive. You can almost respect a snitch. But a rat is a fucking rat. A rat is a schemer. Somebody who goes around actively earning trust and loyalty with the intention of betraying it. And this Caldwell reeks of it.
So Caldwell is the dark-haired man, then
Caldwell is the rotund man.
rotund man, and who is the dark-haired man?
The dark-haired man you didn't catch a name on, but you would know that he addressed both the younger dark-haired man and the red-headed woman as Edile, which you kind of would assume is a title.
Probably a ranking of some kind of religion, I would imagine.
The Ventrue have titles for everything, so it's not beyond the realm of possibility that this might be some sort of clan rank or clan title.
Okay.
But from there, we are going to move over to Hawk. Because Hawk, you are being ushered swiftly over to the two that just departed the table that the rotund man is standing at. And Lottie kind of positions you in front of her. JB, Jill, this is Sam. He's, new in town. He's a little slow. And the man that she indicated as JB holds his hand out, very firm. JB Shinepaw.
He'll take it and give it a shake. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. You said Shinepaw, correct?
Shinepaw.
Shinepaw, perfect. Mr. Shinepaw, my name is Sam Castle.
And the young redheaded woman, the other young redheaded woman, offers a smile and a polite curtsy. Jill St. James.
And he'll pull away from the handshake and turn to her and give a nod and a polite, like, not like a bow, but like, like a kind of
Like a
body.
polite
Yeah.
genuflection.
Yeah. And it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Miss James, correct? James.
St. James.
Saint James. Okay.
It's like a pimp named Slickback. You say the whole thing.
Miss St. James.
So, what brings you to Philadelphia?
Well, I heard in Philadelphia this is certainly a place for opportunity. So I wanted to see what opportunities could await.
And she grins at that. What kind of opportunities would a interesting young fellow like yourself be looking for? Business, academics, perhaps the medical industry, but that might be a little above your head.
Quite possibly. I was looking into making, I guess you could say, making a name for myself in these city streets, finding out possible people that might know a thing or two from how to gain that.
It is at this point that the man that was identified as Mr. Shinepaw kind of leans in and he goes, "But what kind of name?" I need to take this moment to say my players are troopers. They deal with this so well.
Yeah, Hawk's like, don't overthink it, don't overthink it, don't overthink it, don't punch him in the face, don't overthink it.
This would be a good opportunity for a quick check-in with our players.
Oh, I'm fine. I mean, I guess we could say technically blue because Hawk wants to chop
Hawk
his
wants
own
to
head
deck. Yeah, Hawk wants to either deck this guy or greet final death.
off. Leaning more towards the latter. So when he's asking, obviously, what type of name, is he just asking just like the things that you previously mentioned where it was like academics, business, that type of stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've always heard that Philadelphia is quite rich in business and types of insurance and what can be done with that. So I might want to look into that, see if maybe I can definitely dip a toe in, if you will.
And there is a moment where the two that you've been introduced to kind of look at each other, look at Lottie, look at you, and then look at Lottie again like, you said he was slow. Like there's this look of like, what's written on the tin is not what's in the tin. So this is actually a good thing. This is actually a good thing because they are recognizing that you are not what Lottie introduced you as. Well, if you're looking to get into insurance, why don't we chat a little bit? I happen to be an insurance man myself.
Oh, that would be lovely. I would love to learn certain tips and tricks of the trade, as it were.
And the two of you kind of peel off, and he starts getting into like, oh, well, what are you looking for? Life insurance, automotive, business, like what niche of insurance are you looking to get into?
Well, I do know that Philadelphia does have a lovely coast, as it were. I certainly think that you could definitely make at least some bit of an investment in shipyards or ships, something of that nature.
And he nods and starts prattling on about shipping insurance and, how accidents occur at sea quite often. It's a very lucrative business to get into. But we are going to pivot back over to Thomas and Samantha. Thomas, you and Edwin have kind of been bantering back and forth, swapping some war stories. You get the idea that Edwin has participated in his fair share of skirmishes. He talks about taking care of a Bahari cell out west before things in Sacramento just got a little too dull, a little too plain, and he heard tell that Philadelphia has had its fair share of rather interesting dust-ups and is kind of trying to prod into that, like, oh, well, you've been in the city for a while, like, what's it like, boots on the ground?
Well, things had gotten a little interesting. We had to meet C. Sabat. Try to get his hooks in.
And he'll point at your lapel. I noticed. First and second night. That's impressive.
It was not without cost. It was taken care of.
And he gives a look over to Samantha. He still seems to be laboring under the illusion that you two are far more closely enmeshed than you might be, given the fact that you are dressed to match and you're on his arm. And what woman would not want to immediately grab themselves a piece of this? I actually recently heard about your latest sabbatical, Miss Nocturne. I am a big fan of your music.
Oh, I guess you meet fans in unexpected places.
Most of us are not as rabid as some of the ones you're more accustomed to, I'm sure, but I've found that you have a particular sound. And I hope whatever has brought you to Philadelphia, may it bring you inspiration. And he pauses for a moment. I don't much care for the other artist from your label in that genre. Her sound is a little too manufactured.
Who am I to criticize another artist?
Oh, please, it's just us girls.
And she'll give it's a small chuckle, but it's enough. We have different sounds for a reason. And I think you are spot on. Price? Edwin? Mr. Price?
Please, just call me Edwin.
What an honor. I think you are spot on, Edwin. I think that Philadelphia has so much inspiration here. A city of opportunity. I hope you can find yours here too.
Oh, I have every intention. The real estate market is ripe for the picking, especially with one of our largest competitors currently on the back foot.
Oh,
Well, it's no secret that Polaris Holdings has slowed down their aggressive expansion in the city, and it's time some new players step in and shake things up a bit. Now, as the conversation turns to, real estate, business acquisitions, things like that, we are going to tilt back over to Effigy, who has been conspicuously eyeing the rotund man. Thankfully, you were obfuscated, and therefore you're not drawing any kind of attention to yourself. You're free to move about as you please. Do you continue to follow the rotund man?
No, I think as much as I'd like to, I think I would try to get as much information as possible around the whole room about the entirety of the people.
Okay. So, as you are moving about the room, you see Hawk with that young gentleman that was addressed by the rotund man. You did happen to catch that he's been addressed by Mr. Shinepaw a couple of times, and they are engaged in conversation about insurance, the different kinds of insurance, how Philadelphia is is ripe for a new firm to take over some of the shipping lanes and the insurances involved in that, especially after one of the older firms in the city has kind of fallen back a bit. But you would get the sense as you're listening to each of the different conversations happening around in the room that there is a shift. The old guard in Philadelphia is slowing, and there is room opening up for new and more aggressive individuals to take center stage. And that you get the sensation that these Ventrue collected here tonight intend to do just that, move in and aggressively expand into the city and start claiming their own piece of the pie.
Okay. I guess at that point I would move to a point where I feel like I could kind of reveal myself again and then make my way over to Thomas and the others.
Okay. So you're able to find a space where you can drop your obfuscate without it being seen that you've been obfuscated. Like, similar to, oh, well, I had to, step off and take a phone call or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, folks are spread out kind of far. So you've got Thomas and Samantha chatting with the young blonde-haired man who you gathered is named Edwin. You have Hawk split off speaking with Mr. Shinepaw. There are the two redheaded Ventrue. One that you've gathered, her name is Lottie. The other, Miss St. James. And everybody seems to be engaged in one conversation or another. Thomas and Vesper are... You've seen information gatherers at work. Being a Nosferatu, this is your stock in trade. And you would almost immediately recognize that Edwin is pumping them for information about the last big dust-up in Philadelphia, the war that claimed Prince John Sexton and put Alicia on the throne. The conversation does begin to lull, so if you want to approach Thomas and Vesper, you are able to.
Yeah, probably Thomas and Vesper.
Okay.
Not like directly like into the conversation, but that kind of like just far enough to socially be respectable, but like...
Oh, absolutely. And it's at this point that Edwin kind of looks over. Give me just one moment, please. Edwin is summoned away at that point, and heads over to the smartly dressed blonde woman, and they kind of begin talking off to the side, leaving you free to engage with your coterie mates.
So, definitely an aggressive group here, as it would be for this clan. No disrespect, Thomas. Do you find their company intriguing as I do?
Intriguing. That could be a word for it.
It seems our presence here is somewhat of a surprise despite our invitation.
Did
Uh,
you hear something interesting?
I did, though perhaps here is not the place to divulge.
We're going to pause that real quick. Yes, Samantha, you can activate heightened senses hearing. What is it that you're listening for?
Conversation. She wants to see if she can tap into the conversations adjacent to hear if there is. Follow me on this. Speaking with Edwin was lovely, but Chancellor Harold said that Thomas is an upstart and he needs to be mingling with people. So she's going to listen in for anyone who sounds experienced, who sounds like they've been in the clan, or like very respected, that Thomas needs to be talking to, while trying to simultaneously keep an ear out on this situation, or on
Okay.
Effigy's debrief.
Go ahead and give me a resolve and awareness, please. You may add your heightened senses.
6 aspects of 1, so that's 7. Okay, one moment. Can I blood surge?
Yes, you may.
Six
Okay.
successes.
6 successes. That is good. You actually are able to hear one of the adjacent conversations that is currently happening between Edwin and Mona.
Oh.
Where Edwin is remarking to Mona that, like, it definitely appears that Thomas was one of the movers and shakers, took down a Zimitzi Sabat, and has reason to believe there's a bit of oblivion clinging to the man. Likely having to do with that incident they heard about.
She'll probably tilt her head toward their conversation for a slight second before she looks back at Thomas and Effigy.
And you would hear Edwin say quite clearly, though, under his breath, because he is trying to be quiet about it.
Mhm.
I haven't seen the mark yet, but I can feel it plain as day on him.
She doesn't know enough about oblivion, but her logic might dictate oblivion. If he can feel oblivion, that means Edwin knows what oblivion feels like. That he's
One might say that he is intimately familiar with what oblivion feels like.
Okay. Is there anything else that she can glean from Edwin and Mona?
You would hear them both mention something called the Praetorian assignment. before Mona just kind of pats him on the shoulder, tells him he's done a good job, and then turns and begins making her way over to the three of you.
Okay. So yeah, she'll tune back into the conversation and whisper it a little. Is she walking up to them from behind? So like 6 o'clock.
She would be. Oh boy, she would be walking up to you from where you're standing at your 2 o'clock.
Okay. She'll tune back into the conversation. To probably Thomas and Effigy, it's probably like a half listening, like she'll look at those two and then look down at the ground before she just kind of like focuses in and leans in.
So, Effigy, are you kind of power word blying what you were able to overhear?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume we all know what kind of coded language is at this point in our lives to where
Yeah.
yeah.
You're keeping it cool and casual, but you do, as you're starting to get into some of the juicier bits, like Caldwell talking about that twink, you would notice that Samantha has clocked something and is disengaged from that and is now re-engaged with the conversation, almost as if somebody is making their way over.
Okay.
And it is about that point where, Thomas, you feel the most polite tap on your shoulder.
Thomas is going to turn.
There's Mona standing behind him and just smiling. Mr. Price, I am so sorry, but may I steal you a moment from your work group? I do know that all of you are busy and such, and management can be such a chore, but I was hoping for a word.
Of course. Thomas is going to nod to Samantha and release her.
Miss Nocturne and Mr. She'll turn to Effigy and regard him with respect. Because she hasn't heard his name yet.
It is Effigy.
Mr. Effigy, if I may borrow your coterie mate for a moment. Oh yes, safe place coterie mate for a moment and guide him off to an area.
He nods.
We would know. Would we know Mona's name?
At this point, yes. Edwin has talked in the conversation with Edwin. He talked about his sire Mona and how they're fresh off the coast, that sort of thing. So you're aware that is Mona Reese. She is fairly well to do in Clan Ventrue, even if Edwin does not exactly give her the most public respect.
Mm-hmm.
He does still, you get the feeling that he does still hold her in high regard, not just because she's his sire, but because she has pull in the clan.
Right. She'll give a nod as she pulls Thomas away. Of course, Miss Reese.
I promise not to keep him for too long. I do know how hard it is to be in situations without a guide.
Truly the most understanding.
Of course. And she'll walk Thomas off over to, there's a couple tables around somewhere they can talk at, Einar?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a few 6 and 8 top tables scattered around. It's not difficult to find yourself an unoccupied table to kind of sit at and chat.
Okay. For my knowledge as a player, Samantha's still keeping up heightened senses?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. And she'll just kind of lean on the table and look at Thomas. I need to remember, hitting spacebar when I'm talking and doing hand things is bad. And she'll just kind of lean in. Interesting coterie you find yourself in.
You seem to be all right.
I mean, at least there are 2 members of a high clan, a part of your coterie, as opposed to the last one. What was it? You had a Samitsi, if I recall correctly, and a Lasombra?
Yes.
Interesting. And you're still here.
Philadelphia is on my home now.
Oh, yes. Philadelphia is a home, but I have found that talent often shines and rises to the top, while refuge floats to the bottom like ash. Is Thomas just listening, or is he like showing any reaction to anything she's saying?
Thomas is listening. He's just kind of like, he doesn't particularly really tend to really react. He's waiting to see where he's going with this, because he's just kind of like, okay.
Fair enough. It's safe to say you're getting the idea Mona knows a lot about Thomas and his actions in the city.
Oh yeah, you would get the idea that Mona is exceedingly well informed. Even some of the things that you know for a fact you and only a couple other people were involved in and were sworn to utmost secrecy.
Such actions tend to be the mark of great leaders. In fact, the line that we both descend from has one such leader, does it not?
I would say so.
And our family line is no exception to knowing the costs and struggles and what needs to be done to make leadership possible, is it not?
This is something I've seen.
Unlike my child, who took a little to learn the lesson, I see you've already got your thorns well in hand and cultivating friendships that might be looked down upon.
Friendships that might be looked down upon.
And she'll just very subtly, like she's fixing her hair, but it's obviously a motion towards effigy. Discount those who are known for their skills at their own peril. People tend to become bloated with pride, and, well, I'm the type of person who likes people who know to think for themselves and solve problems.
You get the sensation, Thomas, that she's not speaking down about effigy. She is indicating that others would look down on effigy simply because he's a Nosferatu. But that she, much like your Mala, has a very keen eye for talent.
Yeah, because Thomas was thinking, oh, she's taking the long path to get whatever she's talking about.
British, they do that from time to time, but she's, kind of trying to layer it with a little bit of subtlety and nuance. But it is taking a bit for your Chicago sensibilities to catch up, but you do eventually catch up, and you're like, oh, no. She's not bagging on effigy. She's talking about how others would bag on effigy, but she sees that, like, this coterie is specifically working for me. Not that they are working under you, but like that your inclusion in the coterie is doing good for you.
And when she sees Thomas gets that, she kind of leans across and will slide a business card. I have some odd jobs that need to be done around the city. Consider it contract work, and should you do well, I do, Well, once you get to a certain level and whatnot, I need eyes and ears in certain places that when I pitch things, I can't necessarily go. Edwin can take you on one of them if you like. Consider it a shadow day. I'm sure you'll have lots of fun with each other. So
Anything
I'm
that
laughing
you
because
are
I crushed Ozzy's
offering?
eyebrows.
Anything that you are offering potentially conflict with my duties to the city?
Perish the thought. Philadelphia is a city that needs a firm hand, one that's used to wrangling bulls and other such things to their knees. I would like to make sure that power stays in those capable hands.
So again, Thomas, you're getting the sensation that she's not talking about regime change. She's talking about keeping things where they are, keeping the city how it currently is. So, like, your duty to the city, she doesn't want to fuck with that. But she's also looking for a little help on the side. Oh, everybody, look at my fancy butthole. Hawk, you wanted to break in with something? Okay.
Just air jail the criminal, I think, is what.
Just get him a cat can, man.
Just at this point, he is the unofficial mascot of our table.
Yeah. But Mona would take a pen, go on the business card, write down. She'd write down a minor to be owed and logged with the Harpy under Reed Investment Companies. Show that to Dillard after you complete your first one, and should you do well, there's always more where that came from. After all, we all need a little, what does the cattle call it? Sweet treats as motivation?
Sweet treats.
Oh, some people prefer vigorous cardio. Others prefer jewelry. Some prefer boons.
See, 'cause Thomas was thinking, some delicious Italian pastries.
If you wanted, Mona could probably have them flown straight from the Pope's kitchen themselves.
Can't eat them, but he'd certainly look at them long and hard.
But you could smell them.
And then cry about it.
Yes, and then cry.
But it definitely feels like you're being pitched some extra duties, Thomas.
Okay.
Now, you as a Ventrue, there are a few concepts that you are very familiar with. One of them is the concept of a servire, someone who does odd jobs for high-ranking members of the clan. Not quite gopher, not quite spy, but a little bit in between. You find answers to questions, solve problems, generally keep things moving in the best interest of the clan. And it does seem that Mona's interests align with Philadelphia's interests. So, is this potentially something that Thomas would be interested in?
You might check it out to get the vibe for it.
Okay.
You exactly what she's looking for.
So we're going to pause there, and we're going to move over to Hawk. Because this man has been talking your ear off about insurance for a good minute now. And I am sure you are rapidly looking for the exit. But what you have gathered through this conversation is that the topic of opportunities in Philadelphia keeps coming up, and he's absolutely looking for someone to kind of come in and help maybe do some odd jobs here and there. But he is super interested in how things were in Philadelphia before Prince John's untimely demise. And
Okay.
he seems to be of the mind that you worked directly underneath the prince at one time.
Yeah, he will. If that is the assumption that is going to be made, then who is he to directly contradict it? And so, if conversations have slowly left from, insurance and all that type of stuff, to kind of knowing more about how, is he asking how it was ran before John or under John?
Under John.
Under John. And he'll be somewhat truthful. And he's like feigning hesitation before kind of saying the information. Well, I mean, under Prince Sexton, there was the unspoken, every person under his city had a use and had potential. And
Now,
if you, yeah.
Is there information that you are attempting to conceal while you're giving him the rundown?
Nothing. He's not trying to conceal anything outright. He's more of trying to make it seem as if the information he's giving is already kind of like, you got me in a corner. I guess you gave me the niceties of explaining this to me. It's only fair that I give you this information back, type of situation.
Okay. Give me a composure and subterfuge.
You got it. Selective omniscience?
Yes.
Cool. Blood surge?
No.
Okay.
Because you're doing this on the fly in the moment.
Cool. I mean, it's still a very good dice pool for Elmo.
We shall see what the dice gods give you.
Yeah. Hey, Dicebot, I need you to be very chill and cool. All right. Well, another willpower down.
Okay.
I really hope I can fulfill my desire tonight.
Oh, buddy. Alrighty.
Come
This
the
man-
fuck on. Hawk is trying his best, and even when he tries his best, the dice bot says, fuck you.
This man is just kind of smiling and nodding at you like, yeah, sure, whatever you say, guy.
He can tell that he's not really fully buying it.
He's not buying it at all.
Okay, so Hawk will, seeing that, he's gonna try something risky, but he's going to not think.
Okay.
And seeing that look, he'll kind of shift on his feet and just, I mean, while all of that was true, I guess you could say that was kind of the PR version of events, as it were. Though you could probably already tell by that.
And he'll give you a very polite, very saccharine sweet smile.
Cool. All right, Hawk. Dive off the deep end. Okay. And he just gives a nod and... But personally, in my opinion, it was a bit of a hand. I wouldn't necessarily call it a strong hand in a negative sense, but it was certainly an old hand. Very significant of old ways and such. And with all of us new bloods coming in, it was a bit of a interesting way of doing things. And he's laying it on thick as if trying to let the man read between the lines.
Okay. We are going to go with a charisma and subterfuge.
Okay. Yeah, because this I don't think my specialty would apply here because I
This is not selective omission. You just
No.
lying.
Yeah. Can I blood surge here?
No.
Okay.
Guide my hand and make it strong, Lord, so a city might know its place.
The dice have to be. Now, question: would 3 successes even help in
No.
this situation? No.
No.
Fucking.
And he's just... This man has not said anything untoward. He's just been smiling and nodding this whole time.
Can I ask for a poison thorn in the sense of you give me a negative effect in exchange for a success?
What are you looking for?
Compulsion. Me saying hunger is null and void because we have ways to get that back down easily. Uh, yeah, a devil's bargain, if it will. Another flaw, just like something. I'm just.
Unfortunately,
Would ingenue also apply here?
Ingenue does apply.
It doesn't fucking matter though, because it's only one guy.
But sometimes when we make bold choices, we get bold consequences. This is part and parcel of the eternal game.
Yeah, it's just...
So, while this man has not indicated to you that he knows you're lying, he's just kind of smiling and nodding before he reaches out and claps a hand on your shoulder. He says, "It's been really enlightening talking with you tonight, Mr. Castle. I should make some rounds."
Yeah. And he'll give him a nod, and of course, I will not keep you from your conversations.
And he reaches into his jacket and pulls out a card. And it is a rather generic business name on the card. If you're ever looking to do some business together, please give me a call.
He'll give a nod and take the card, say his thanks.
Like, this card might as well read Shell Company LLC.
Yeah.
Like, it is the most generic sounding of businesses. And he walks off. Now, we're going to move through the room again. Mona, have you've completed your conversation with Thomas, yes? You kind of let him trickle back to his coterie? Okay.
Actually, she would offer her arm to Thomas and escort him back. It would be untoward to just let such a promising young Ventrue wander off.
Good. So, the coterie has collected back together now after the evening. And the four of you would notice Virgil slowly edging towards the door. The night is beginning to wind down. Folks are kind of making their last few passes through the room. You would see, Thomas, you would see Edwin and Mona engaged in spirited conversation. Clearly there is some disagreement in where some of them will be headed after this. But you do, Samantha, you still have your heightened senses active?
Mm-hmm. And while Thomas was engaged with Mona, she would have found herself at a table just idly, just trying to listen in everywhere. Like she's waiting.
So you would have caught most of the conversation between Thomas and Mona. And you will have caught all of the conversation between Edwin and Mona. Edwin has made it clear that he does not much care where Mona goes after this. He's going to Guilty Pleasures.
Edwin, my child, we have done this song and dance before. Do you really think it wise to traipse down that road once again?
And the man just shrugs. It can't possibly be any worse than Karnak.
Do not remind me. I still get letters about the bingo card.
And he, again, just kind of shrugs and chuckles and goes, "Well, if you see Anat again, tell her I said hi." And he makes his way to the elevator.
There's just a deep breath that Samantha hears, and then the splintering sounds of a table under her grip.
Oh yeah, girly pop is strong.
Ooh, and a hothead.
Yeah, she does not much care for when her child gets sassy. And boy, he was both sassy and a little zesty tonight.
He would go to guilty pleasures too. That seems that it would be right at home, especially considering his attire.
Oh, yeah. But the coterie is once again collected, and Virgil is kind of indicating, like, okay, we're social hours are over. We can leave if we want.
Thomas,
Ready to go.
she's gonna give him that saccharine sweet smile, the one that he recognizes, that the vapid plastic smile. I'm pretty sure Miss Dillard told you yesterday that you are a young upstart. Are you sure you've talked to everyone you needed to? And this would be quiet. Like, she knows heightened senses, how heightened senses is. She has it. So she'd whisper it, but that smile just remains.
So I guess when you said it, your voice got really, really low and I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So she has that saccharine sweet smile, that's vapid plastic. It's there again. As she leans in and goes, I'm pretty sure Chancellor Harold Dillard told you that you were a young upstart. Are you sure you've talked to everybody that you need to? Do you think she'd be satisfied?
You would look up and you would happen to notice that the Chancellor Herald has already made her way out. And
I will run into these people again. I promise you. I will end up talking to them. But right now, perhaps we are ready to leave.
She'll nod. Okay. They're not particularly keen on talking to Vesper, and she is all right with that. So, yeah, if Thomas is ready, then Samantha's ready too.
okay. Pardon me, just one moment, doing some back-end storyteller stuff real quick. Effigy, do you have anything else that you wanted to take care of while we were here, or are you okay with leaving with the rest?
I'm pretty cool with leaving with the rest. I feel like I did quite a bit of information gathering that'll be beneficial to us moving forwards.
And Hawk, there is a brief moment where if there is somebody that you did want to speak to, like Edwin is on his way out, but he is not left just yet. But there are the crowd in the club is beginning to thin. You are muted, bud.
Sorry, I said, did you say Edwin or Edward?
Edwin.
Twink.
Twink.
Cool. Fuck it. He'll try one more time. And he'll head over to Edwin.
And Edwin seems almost surprised as you just kind of like briskly move up to him. Hello. Sorry, I don't think I caught a name.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily brisk. Like there was focus, but it wasn't like like it was just kind of like, okay.
You're not moving aggressively, but
Yeah.
you're moving with a purpose.
Yeah. Moving with a purpose. Just like, oh, we didn't talk during this meeting. Want to at least grab your name? Oh, apologies. It seems we didn't quite get to meet during this event. My name is Sam Castle. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr.
Price, Edwin Price. And he'll take your hand firmly. A little too firmly. Man's got a hell of a grip.
Good for him.
It's not like he's trying to crush your hand, but like this is
It's like
this
one
is
of
a
those
man
firm
who
grips. Yeah.
Oh, very, very firm.
Yeah, this man knows how to. I cannot say the rest of that sentence.
This man knows what he's doing with his hands.
Well, it is certainly a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Price. I apologize that we didn't get to talk much during this event. It seemed that you were preoccupied, and I didn't want to interrupt.
And he just huffs. He's like, well, you know how things can get. I don't think I've seen you around the boardroom before. What family are you with?
Oh, I'm with the librarians and all that, and he like gives a little bit of a wiggle of his fingers.
This draws a wide smile from the young man.
Something.
He looks you up and down. Tell you what, I'm planning on getting out of here. Why don't you come with me?
Hawk, you have a choice to make here.
Yes, you do. A very pretty man. He does have stunning. I need you to understand this.
Even if he didn't have stunning, this is his type. Have we seen Laurent? Like,
And he's just like, "Oh, you want to talk? Like, let's get out of here."
He almost looks over his shoulder at the rest of the coterie before he can almost hear the sound of a fan thwapping and the words, "Don't think," before he lets an easy smile go across his face and just, "Sure, your ride or mine."
And he just takes your hand and leads you into the elevator. Thomas, Samantha, Effigy, you watch as your coterie mate has just been whisked away into the elevator. Thomas, you know Edwin has a bit of a reputation. It is not a chaste reputation. And you watched him just drag off your soaking wet, pathetic coterie mate.
Okay, all right.
Don't.
Okay.
Don't.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, okay.
Release the pearls.
Well, he folded like an origami.
He folded like laundry at a neurotypical's house.
Under no pressure. And she's gonna look over at Thomas. What are the chances that he gets turned every which way but loose?
Hi.
Very, very good chance of that.
Good for him. Maybe he'll be a little less and she'll wiggle her fingers like she saw him do.
Sorry, I was trying to do a thing. It worked.
Hey, you're definitely going to be doing a thing, buddy.
You be doing a thing. Also, Samantha hasn't been bitchy all night. She needed something. Also, Samantha hasn't been bitchy all night. She needed something.
Samantha has to release the venom at regular intervals or it will kill her.
Yeah. Uh-huh. But,
Well, at least somebody in our group is going to end the night in a high note.
Oh, he's
Don't
totally
look at it,
not.
I
He's
wasn't
in.
offering. I'm glad he's going to have a good time tonight.
I think this was a resounding success.
He looks like he needs to unwind.
That thing is wound tighter than a drum. Yeah.
Oh, he about to get unwound, all right.
You say high notes, but he's totally a bottom.
Oh. I think everybody clocked that when we first met him.
Tonight's top story, not you, because you're a bottom.
You're a bottom.
But are the three of you going to make your way out of the Pyramid Club and back to the Coterie Haven before dispersing for the evening? Because we have some information to go over.
Yes. Back to the Coterie Haven.
Okay. So the ride is uneventful. Effigy, are you riding with Virgil, or are you going to continue to ride with Thomas and Samantha and just be in the back seat? Just me and you and me and us and your friend Effigy. Do Effigy.
Effigy.
Hi.
Just in the middle of the back seat. What you guys talking about?
Do you like her?
Is this out loud?
Sure.
Thomas, you have been asked point blank in front of Samantha inside of Baby. Do you like her?
Thomas is going to whip his head around. I'm under the impression you were asking if, like, I like her.
Well,
He's gonna give you a response that's totally 4 times around the block longer than it should be. You see, my specialty is information, and the information dictates that leads me to, yes, beyond platonic. And for his safety, he sits back.
Wise.
Samantha's like, I'm in the fucking car.
Is Thomas going to answer first? Because if not, Samantha's got something.
That depends. Thomas, are you going to answer that question, or are you just going to let it be what it is?
We had a conversation last night that did not lead in that direction. We are able to work together better now. I don't think she's interested in me like that.
You are sitting right next to the man, Samantha. Like, you could not be in closer proximity.
She is going to whip at that. Samantha's going to whip her head around. You know, and her first. Look at that in a second. The first thing that she's going to do. Again, Thomas recognizes the PR plastic vapid smile as she looks at Effigy and goes, "Ew."
See?
Samantha, you would also recognize that Thomas uncharacteristically did his very best to answer that question in such a way that gave you an out.
She is trying her best not to let on that there was something last night.
Effigy. Wits and insight. Samantha. composure and subterfuge. There is no blood surging. There is no spending will. This is just a straight shot. What you get is what you get.
Would body language or patterns come into play here at all?
Body language would absolutely come into play here. Okay.
Ooh, that could have been bad.
Your difficulty is 3. If you could beat a 3 effigy, you got it.
God, I have the will to. No. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my
With
god.
a margin with a margin of success of 2. She can say ew. She can put on the plastic PR smile. She can stuff it down as deep as she can. But there is no hiding that very subtle blush across the apples of her cheeks and the ever so slight disappointment at how Thomas answered the question.
Effigy will let it ride.
Okay. So yeah, Samantha, as far as you can tell, yeah, no, you got it, girly pop.
Ew.
Just ew. And that's that.
Thomas is like, see?
Oh my god, is Thomas none the
See.
wiser?
You know what? Thomas, it is going to be a higher difficulty for you because you are driving. But if you want to wits and insight with body language, you can. No blood surge, no willpower.
Okay.
And she's supposed to be the one that lies. Easily.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, Thomas buys it. Yeah, no. Thomas is like, see, I told you.
Thomas wouldn't be looking for it. He wouldn't be looking because he's just like, she would not be interested. She has made that clear. She's not interested in me. I'm not looking.
She's made it very clear on numerous occasions that she does not care for you. So why would you be looking for that? Like, that's just asking for trouble at that point.
And
so
Thomas isn't actively chasing. He is just trying to be nicer to her.
Exactly. So like, you take what Samantha has to say at face value and you're just like, see, we're trying to be nice. We're trying to be professional. We're in a coterie. We are trying to make this work and not be at each other's throats constantly.
And I think she would pull out like a nail file and just start, going at nails that will definitely grow back later. We have talked and we can work together. I think that's the most important part, right?
That's what I'm aiming for.
So, as the conversation lulls and you make it back to Poison Heart, and everybody save Hawk has made it back to the Coterie Haven. Hawk is currently gonna get himself blown out.
I will say for Hawk, if it's very clear that Edwin wants to talk nothing about business or why he's here or like anything like that, he would be very polite in making his exit.
we make our jokes, we laugh, we haha, we kiki,
Yeah.
but it does seem like Edwin is interested in having like a genuine conversation with somebody, but somewhere that isn't the Pyramid Club and isn't under his sire's watchful eye.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because
and we can handle that off screen because that's easy peasy stuff.
Yeah.
But you all make it back to the Coterie Haven, less Hawk. Hawk will get dropped off at his car so that he can make his way back to his haven before the night is over. Or make his way back to the Coterie Haven, because this will go on for a bit, but not all night long.
Okay, hopefully we can regroup before we have to rise again. Because I would like to be a part of the coterie.
Oh, absolutely. So, as the three of you, plus Virgil, make it back to the Coterie Haven, you would get a text from Hawk that he is going to be a few more minutes longer before he makes his way back. And so Virgil just kind of looks expectantly at the three of you. So, that was a night?
I don't think it was half bad.
Effigy, you can tell based on your previous insight rolls. You can tell that there is something strained about Virgil right now. Like, he did not want to be there. He did not have a good time there. He wanted nothing more than to leave and was not expecting this shadow shit to keep him in that place for longer than he was. Longer than he wanted to be, which was not at all. But do we all start sharing the things that we found out tonight, kind of power word blind to the group? As Effigy is, kind of giving the rundown of like this Caldwell character seems to be up to no good. He's definitely a no good troll. It is around that time that Hawk makes his way back to the Coterie Haven, and I'm going to, while y'all are chit chatting, I'm going to drop some things into Nico's channel.
Cool.
Like a sledgehammer through glass. I feel like Samantha would look over at Thomas and be like, what was the Praetorian assignment?
Had your listening ears on.
What else was I supposed to be doing? You left me alone.
Praetorian assignment was a team building assignment. Myself and two of my former coterie mates were assigned to.
Mm-hmm.
We ran into some cultists, I believe. We've rescued somebody.
I'm so sorry. With the clicking, I can't hear. Okay, good.
There's some cultists, and we rescued somebody who was chained to a door. Some things happened.
Some things happened.
Listen, there's something bigger going on that I don't understand.
Yeah,
She'll-
you gonna tell her about the Kraken? The Kraken of Stygia that y'all fought?
A lot has happened over the year. I don't remember everything.
It's okay. I can give Samantha the rundown for Thomas if you'd like. If there's anything you want to try to, if you want to just like lay it out on the table, I can lay it out on the table.
Specifically, she's going to be listening for anything related to someone said, or Edwin had said something about Oblivion. She's not going to volunteer that information because she doesn't know what Oblivion is. So it's up to Thomas whether or not he wants to tell her about Oblivion at all.
Thomas is probably going to hedge around that because he doesn't understand it.
Okay.
He just knows they went in, fought some cultists, fought the thing, or well, they didn't really fight the thing. John and Benny fought the thing. They saved somebody. I don't remember if that door opened or not.
The door did open. That's where the Kraken came from.
Okay. Thomas doesn't know if the door got closed again, though.
To your knowledge, you are unaware of whether it got closed or not.
I don't know exactly what all ended up happening. We were told to leave, take the sacrifice that we rescued. This is something we were going to have the librarians look into more because they might know something.
Thomas, who all knows about the Praetorian assignment? That you can guess, at least.
I don't know, to be honest. It shouldn't be that many.
Okay. Roll 1. If a woman is asking you a question, by chance she already knows or has an idea. Keep that in mind.
To your knowledge, Thomas, the only people that knew about the Praetorian assignment were yourself, Oscar, Liam, John, Benny, Alicia, and Beth.
As far as I know, just a handful of people involved. But somehow you heard it. It means other people know. Where did you hear it?
You never ask a lady to reveal her secrets.
You're not being very helpful.
He's right. She'll roll her eyes. The blonde-haired one, Edwin. He made mention of it to Mona, so at least those two know. And they're from across the continent, aren't they? California? Where in California?
Sacramento.
Okay. Well, not my old stomping ground, so that's good. Makes sense as to why Edwin might have heard of me.
I don't like any of this. I don't like anything that was overheard tonight. And that might be.
Indeed, there was a lot of talk of removing, changing of power, perhaps taking members of us or us all out. None of that sounds like good things.
Edwin, I think, specifically mentioned Polaris Holdings. That's the company that owns my building. Does that have a trace to anybody? Or anyone in your family, Thomas?
Thomas, you know Polaris Holdings very well. That's John's company. That's one of John's many companies.
No, that one's okay.
They know. Oh no.
What?
They don't know he's not dead. Because if I remember correctly, Alicia told us that she's just keeping the throne warm while her husband. She's like planning to return the seat of power back to her husband. If ST, am I getting that right?
You are?
Okay.
It is. The common knowledge throughout the city is that John is dead and Alicia is ruling in his place.
Right.
You all know that John is in fact not dead, but torpid.
It's very in line with my family to want to be in control, so I'm not exactly surprised at these whisperings that you heard.
I guess we need to watch for any activity of them making good on their plans.
Well, they said they were laying the foundation now, which means they already have things in motion. Perhaps we need to look into these motions before they get too far ahead of us.
Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to talk to too many of them. It seemed Edwin had no intent of actually being there. What about the others?
There seems to be at the very least, discontent among the rankings. For instance, who did we end up saying the blonde-haired man was again?
The young blonde-haired man was Edwin.
So Edwin, yeah.
Edwin and Mona, from what you have gathered, there are two very distinct factions within the Ventrue forming. Edwin and Mona seem to be part of one faction, while Caldwell, Lottie, and the other two Ventrue that were present this evening seem to be members of a different faction altogether.
And I think that's what Effigy would verbalize, that perhaps there's something to put into action there, or to put leverage on at some point, one way or another. something to flame, feed the flame, so to speak, and also that it might work to our benefit if they are trying to undermine the foundation of John's empire, so to speak, that if they don't have a united front, then it's not as effective as it could be, and that could work to our favor.
Yeah.
This sounds like coup talk. This sounds like a overthrow of some kind. There's discontent and they're trying to replace the current prince's husband's businesses. Okay. She's gonna look to the other three and go, so what should we tell the prince? I thought Hawk said he was back. I'm sorry.
Hawk is back now. Hawk has arrived back with all of that juicy information that I just gave you in your player chat. And yes, you may take back a willpower for achieving your desire this evening.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the last question?
So she's gonna look between the three because to Vesper, especially on the heels of last night, this sounds like coup talk, like violent overthrow talk. And so she's gonna look between the three of them and just go, so what do we tell Alicia? What do we tell our prince?
Everything.
Nothing until we have proof. Because at this point, it is just hearsay. And hearsay can easily be toppled with he said, she said, especially when individuals with power can have more people that are on their side than ours.
She is fortunately right, given the director's position.
I'm not saying to act on this information. I'm saying to make her aware of the information. And the fact that we got it from the source, it's not hearsay.
No,
Virgil would agree that passing on the information to the prince is a good idea.
Yeah.
He would also urge caution because acting too swiftly is a bad thing, but acting too slowly is worse. But Hawk, you returned back kind of, rumpled, none the worse for wear though. And do you wish to share your newly acquired information with the group?
Yeah.
Because you can offer a bit more context on Edwin now.
Yeah. Yeah. He walks in, and once he walks in, you'll watch as he ruffles his hair, takes off the sweater, so it's just like the button down, and he rips off his tie. And because it's been such a long day of no think, he just, without thinking, unbuttons his sleeves and rolls them up and crosses his arms. And looks at the others and just... So I got a bit of information about Edwin, and in regards to why he might be here, besides the very obvious him being here because Ventrue.
Before or after you got your back blown out?
Samantha. And yes, that is a rebuke from Virgil.
Apologies. The way you guys scuttled out of there, it couldn't help but draw at least an eye.
Is that what it looked like?
She's gonna look at him up and down with his rumpled clothes.
Okay. Then I did good. Okay, good. Anyway, do you want to know about the Edwin situation?
Yes.
And for everyone, as he's talking and just going about this, you will notice there is circular scarring wrapped around his forearms. If the ST or one of the STs wants to take away with description.
It is that, Thomas, you would recognize it. Samantha, not so much. Effigy, not so much. Virgil recoils visibly when he sees it. But they are these thin traces of blue indigo scarring that wind up Hawk's arms. Now, Thomas, you've seen this in many different places, but the thing that springs out to you the most is this is what happens when silver interacts with most undead flesh. Specifically, either Tremere shit or Hunter shit.
Yeah, and Hawk is not thinking about it, doesn't even realize that's what that doesn't even realize Virgil's reaction because he's so like, I got information, I need to tell the information. Like he's not really
Oh yeah, no, he's full on like Pepe Silvia right now.
Yeah. So Edwin is here not necessarily on Ventrue business, but he is here on a job, specifically in a job of gathering information, as it were. It seems that the Ivory Tower is investigating why there seems to be such a rapid turnover of two princes in such a short amount of time. Two princes in under a year is not the ordinary.
'Tis true.
There is just a stare at Hawk, wide-eyed, now that Samantha has an idea.
What? Speak freely, it's fine. What?
Oh, you can never speak freely. Come on now, Hawk. She's just gonna go.
You seem to do it a lot, so just get out with it.
Okay, all right. I mean, apparently that's just a thing with their family. What is it that Chancellor Harold Dillard said? You guys have so many rules that you guys make more rules for yourselves? And she'll look over at Thomas. They don't like each other when they don't follow the rules, apparently. They can never decide who actually leads.
Well, it's less Ventrue. Well, yes, it is somewhat Ventrue, but it's higher than that. Like, the Camarilla is based off of Ventrue rules and Dignitas, but it has some changes. But he's here more on the Camarilla and less on the Ventrue.
She's gonna let that lie.
Which means that
means very little to Samantha, but
yeah.
Thomas, Effigy, the tower is looking into the city. So much so that they called in outside actors to look into the city. That's not good. Just bad.
That is... Plus, we do have an Alistair currently in the city.
There is an Alistair. There is word that there are Archons in the city. There are some big movers and shakers, not to mention the judge, the Banu Hakim that's in the city.
Isn't that the Alistair?
He
Or is he just
he
a
has
judge?
never been
Okay.
identified as an Alistair.
Okay, cool.
That sounds like a lot of people I have never met.
They are all, let's just say, these individuals are the people that decide if a city is going to continue being a city or if it's just going to be a pile of ash.
Well, I just got here, so I prefer that to not happen.
Well, as someone who has lived here for a year, I would also prefer that not to happen.
Hawk, do you want to share the other bit of information that you learned about Edwin?
Yeah. He knows about Virgil. Is Thomas wearing anything, or has Thomas ever said anything about Mithras to him?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Thomas
I mean,
has
he's
not
got
said
subtle things on him,
like
but
he's
said
got
anything.
He's not outright said it. Okay.
the jewelry that he has is also blended into Ventrue clan iconography, so it is a little bit harder for you to go, that man's a cultist.
Okay, so he'll look over to Virgil, who at this point he finally does like realize the look that Virgil is giving him and is a bit confused, but will kind of just like, I'll ask him about that later. Before he puts his hands on his hips and just goes, okay, so Samantha, you know how religions are a thing in kind society, and to an extent kindred society as well?
She's gonna give him a taut smile. It's different than the plastic one that seems relaxed. This one is tight. Yes, I am very familiar that people need things to get through their day, even if it's fake.
Fake or not is not in the question, but just to give you an understanding about what I'm talking about. There are these quote-unquote religions, to use language that might help you understand, in kindred society. Some are secret, some are not. And seems to be a part of one of these. Do we know? Would Hawk know if Mithras cult is secret or not secret, or like poorly disguised secret?
The cult of Mithras is typically kept low key. Most members do not advertise their membership.
Mm-hmm.
John is actually the only Mithraean that you have ever met that is just like, oh no, Mithras was a god and I worship him.
Okay, but it's not like one of those things where if you speak it, then you're on a list.
You will be on a list, just not necessarily a kill on sight list.
Okay, just a keep an eye on him list, which Hawk is already on, so that's fine.
Yep. Are you going to show off the doodles in your journal?
After a bit of explanation, he would open it and offer it if anyone has seen these images. And he goes, well, there is a society that is an open secret, as it were. Our past prince was openly a part of it. And it seems that our dear friend Edwin also seems to be a part of it. Though he's more in the... Foot soldiers would be a incorrect term here, but soldier would be a good comparison. And he would open up his journal to the pages that he drew, the tattoos, and show them and be like, Does anyone know what could possibly be these two images? I know of this one, and he points to the second image, but I will not say it for the sake of respect for...
Technically, it's the first image,
Okay.
because I posted them backwards in
Okay.
your coterie chat.
Yeah. He goes, I will not say it for the respect of this practice, but does anyone might know the second one?
Did anybody have any of these symbols, or like any of the symbology out at the party?
No. But Thomas, if you would be so kind as to check your player chat for me.
While he's doing that, Samantha's going to point a finger to Hawk. And she is going to level a glare at him. I may have just gotten to the city, and there's a lot of things that I don't understand. But if you dare say something along the lines of, I'll explain it in a way that you can understand, as if I'm stupid again, I'll show you what I'm proficient in.
I apologize if I meant insult, but I do understand that sometimes language barriers, I suppose, would be the best comparison when it comes to translations, I suppose. I'm not meaning to cause insult and call you stupid. I'm just... You have told us that you are newer to this society, and so I want to help you be on the same page as everyone else. So I'm using terms interchangeably so that way you can be on the same page as all of us.
She'll give him a wide-eyed look of like, language barrier? What the and then as she lets him speak, she'll like,
Samantha, as the more he talks, the more you get the understanding that he is not trying to denigrate you.
yeah.
He's just trying to say, me no talk good sometimes.
It is very much she can tell he is very experienced in what he does. And that expertise does not translate to a common layman.
Yep.
Specialists have that problem. So she'll back off and go, I don't recognize these symbols then.
Thomas is going to look at the book and he's going to look at Hawk. Why are you asking about these?
Because I saw them on Edwin's body, and I thought we should all be on the same page in knowledge when it comes to any information that we might have found during or slightly after the after 5. I know that I didn't manage to get the information that you all possess, but I want to be able to at least produce something.
I'm just got a thinky think to do for a second here.
Honestly.
Thomas, are you trying to keep yourself kind of neutral?
Thomas is clearly thinking.
Okay.
He is thinking. Which specific one was Hawk asking about?
Both of them.
Both of them.
He did comment that he does know
that one of them is, the first one that's posted in your coterie chat. He knows that that's the mark of the soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he's saying, I'm not going to divulge what it means in case others don't know, for respect of people who might be of the cold, because I don't want that information to go out, because you guys aren't really wanting that information out.
So you have figured that Edwin is part of this. And are you using these to determine whether or not he is a threat, or?
No, quite the opposite. Because the former prince was very open about his love for, and he just kind of flounders for a second of like, can I say it? Can I not say it? Before he's figuring that if the prince was open about it, then he can be slightly more open. And he goes, I know the prince was more open about his worship of a certain Mithras, and if this Edwin also seems to be a part of this group that he holds so dearly, that's a potential ally.
Potentially.
And especially with how he is unconventional, to put it lightly, would be a benefit to the city of Philly, who sort of proclaims being unconventional.
Well, okay. Thomas is going to unbutton the sleeve on his left arm, and he is going to slowly roll it up until his Miles tattoo is visible on his forearm.
Okay. Thomas, you have revealed your rank within the cult of Mithras to your coterie.
Hawk just... The internal dialogue of course. Fucking of course. Just constant... Yeah.
Now,
but he does keep like just kind of gives a nod with a neutral face.
You know, I'm not loud about it. Keep in mind, not everybody in the face is a believer.
Now, Thomas, are you a believer?
Oh, he is.
Look, I get it. You don't have to believe in something to find community in a group.
So I will put this to the group. When Thomas says that not everyone in the organization is a believer, those are not the words of a man who himself is not a believer. This is the disdain of the faithful. This is how Catholics refer to lapsed Catholics. Or better yet, Lutherans.
Oh God, not the Lutherans. Yeah.
The Lutherans are all right.
No, I know.
Fine.
Most of them.
Look,
it's Catholic light. It's all of the religion, like 1% of the guilt. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and I just wanted to give this information in case any of you might know of what the symbols are. You don't have to tell me. That's not why I showed it to you. I was just giving you a heads up in case you do know what they are. You know what Edwin is. So, to give you more of a view on why he might be here.
Trying to muster the most respectful tone that she can manage, because she's already made clear that Samantha's already made clear that she does not respect or appreciate religion. Long story. She's gonna look to Thomas and just go, "So, is Edwin one of the faithful?"
From what Thomas has seen of Edwin, would he get that vibe from him?
I'm going to tell you this right now. If Edwin has that second mark, he is absolutely one of the faithful.
Okay.
Those who do not please Mithras do not get that mark.
Okay. All right. Now, Thomas will look at the picture of the other symbol and go, "No, he's good."
She'll just nod. She had her question answered.
All right, well, passing that bit of tension, should we, anything else that we need to, kind of discuss, talk about before we figure out our next moves? And he'll kind of look over at Virgil and just, what?
Virgil is still taking it all in.
Yeah. Hawk is
Taking
just
what?
like looking at his face and just, what?
And he'll look at Hawk. And he'll look at Thomas. Sometimes horrific things are done by the faithful. We should be sure that this Edwin is an amenable brand of faithful before we go throwing in with him. And he will...
Yeah, go ahead.
He will roll back a sleeve, and you will see in that thin blue indigo scar tissue the words, the Latin words for useful madman, branded right here on his arm.
I didn't know you had a tattoo.
It's not.
Hawk looks over and then just like takes in those words, just kind of like is just like taking, like, just blinks for a moment before he looks down and just realizes, and in a very panicked state quickly rolls his sleeves back down and buttons them up tightly, and he's scratching at his arms as he's like pulling at the sleeves and just
And she'll make a motion like she's obviously confused. She'll look at Virgil, she'll look at Huck, she'll look at Thomas. And if no one says anything, she'll even look at Effigy. Like, it just looks like an old faded tattoo. What is she not getting? Because don't think she's ever had any experience with that.
Would Effigy know enough about that technique and that torture?
You have heard tell about various things, specifically among the Tremere, that they have techniques of marking and branding individuals that will be permanent, even though we reset when we go into day sleep. Like you've heard through the grapevine. You're not 100% sure how it's done. Like
I
you
guess
couldn't tell them the recipe, but like you've heard of it.
Yeah, I was more so Effigy could kind of bridge the tension to where it's not just on Thomas and Virgil and Hawk to be discussed. He would kind of be like, there are rumors of certain techniques of torture, branding, if you will, by certain clans that is permanent to our kind, that goes beyond tattooing.
He just looks over at Samantha, just kind of like seeing her face, just kind of gauging her face.
It is there was no malice in the things that she said.
Yeah.
It is just like confusion, and as she starts to get, and especially with Effigy's words, it's kind of bleeding into like a disgusted horror.
Yeah. It's not just Kindred who can inflict this on others. Have you heard of hunters?
Yes. It's who I have to avoid.
So with the hunters, that is more an accidental marking. They don't have any specific techniques of
No.
etching into the flesh. This is more blood sorcery.
Yeah, he's just trying to explain like his specific, but he knows that the others are not that.
But like y'all have, especially Hawk, Thomas, you two have met with members of the Silenced. You guys have seen what Burke has done under her reign. Like, let's keep a tight focus and not stray into the hunters if we don't have to, because we're muddying the waters.
Yeah, no, he's less being like mine specifically, like hunters, faithful, but like it was less of a straying and more of just like mine's different than the others. Here's why, and anyway, let's focus on the others. And he, well, those who are faithful can be on both sides, whether that be kind or kindred. And I just happened to catch a stroke of bad luck with them. They're taken care of. But when it comes to the kindred side,
When it comes to the kindred side, you have to worry about the faithful.
I mean,
in her eyes,
you have to worry about the faithful on all sides, but when it comes to kindred, they aren't as overt as Kine are when it comes to their faith. They aren't toting it and openly trying to convert.
And she's just going to levy a glance to Thomas.
And they also might promise convert, and instead mean tool.
It is at this point that Virgil yanks his sleeve down and abruptly just gets up and leaves the room.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
They promise many things and draw those hopeful in with the means of community and social groups.
Thomas, go ahead and give me a composure and resolve, please.
Yeah.
Because
Only to
Hawk is
turn-
talking
yeah.
himself. Hawk is talking himself into a hole,
Yeah.
and might find himself at a bad spot real quick if somebody doesn't intervene.
He's also talking about his own personal experience, but it can't be misconstrued as
Yes, let's also get a real
composure.
quick check-in. Composure and resolve.
Composure and resolve.
That is a lot for Samantha to digest at once,
as valid.
Yeah.
especially with her complicated view of religion.
Dos.
Thomas, all of this talk about how the faithful are this and the faithful are that and the faithful are the other thing, and Hawk just seems to be going on and on about nothing and everything all at once. It's getting under your skin. And sometimes you just wish that people who don't actually know what they're talking about would stop talking.
Thomas
Like-
is.
He's got a sliver of a notion,
Mhm,
but there's another side to that coin that he's completely discounting.
Yeah.
mhm.
And it is sticking in your craw something fierce. Like, you are not able to hold this back.
Thomas's fists have begun to clench.
It's not a frenzy, but it is to the point where you can't keep silent on it anymore.
Mhm.
Perhaps we table the education of our friend here for a more one-on-one approach and continue on to any further matters that concern the realm.
This moment, Thomas, does give you a minute to like collect yourself and go, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, maybe being done with this topic of conversation for right now is a good idea.
He is staring at Hawk like,
Oh,
"You
daggers.
should learn to shut
Absolute
up
daggers.
when you don't know what you're talking about."
Absolute daggers. But
Hawk will look back and see the eyes. Does he say it? Yeah, he'll say it. And his neutral face just kind of stares back at Thomas and just goes, "Of course, I only speak from experience as a tool. But if there are things that I am unaware of, I'm pretty sure others will be able to enlighten us."
You would have to stop talking long enough in order to listen.
Unfortunately, that's not part of my purview.
And I guess you won't learn.
I don't tend to like to learn from people who do deem themselves as superior.
Okay.
we are going to have to pump the brakes on this.
Yeah,
I am going to need check-ins from my players.
Thomas is okay. So Thomas is a little upset about this.
You guys have learned a thing or two from me. Let's go in. Let's go in.
It is good to be honest with the safety tools.
Yeah.
Because just chucking up a thumbs up, even if you're fine but your character's not, is not an honest use of the
Yeah,
tools.
I had to think about that for a second. I was like, wait.
We all do sometimes. Sometimes it gets a little heated, and we got to think it through. Completely understandable. So Samantha's kind of like, hey, let's pump the brakes here, Fox and friends.
Ooh, you guys have learned a thing or two from me. I very much respect that. Let's go to our corners. Yeah. Hey, we have rooms.
Tis true.
Before they start a fight.
Well, I need to head back to my haven, but unless we have anything else we need to discuss in regards to, do we know what our next gathering will be?
We can text about it. We have the group chat.
I just don't know if above table we know.
Above table, we do not know yet.
Okay.
I will need to go sleep before I assemble dates and all of that.
That's true. But yeah, so we can reconvene over text or whichever way works best for all of you. But I think I've had enough Ventrue for tonight, and he'll walk out.
Thomas, are you going to head out as well? Are you staying here at the Coterie Haven? Like, what is Thomas doing? Hawk has left and has headed back to his haven.
Thomas is going to stand up and he's going to look at Effigy and Samantha. I wouldn't take everything he says at face value. Samantha, if you'd like a ride home, I'll be outside. And he's going to step out and he's going to light a cigarette with his shiny Zippo.
Okay. So Thomas is outside trying to unjangle his nerves, and that leaves us with Samantha and Effigy. Samantha, you still have heightened senses running.
I do. Never turned it off.
Mm-hmm. You can absolutely hear from the room that Virgil walked into. Mm-hmm. You can hear the sounds of heavy sobbing.
Oh, buddy. She's just gonna kind of like look down at the ground, just obviously dismayed. She didn't want to hurt him by her questions. She just had no idea what was going on. And she's gonna look over to Effigy and just share just an exaggerated sigh. She is going to go outside where Thomas is. Is it like a balcony, or is it just stairs? Or is it just sidewalk, concrete?
It is. There is a landing, like almost like a little patio with stairs that lead down to the parking lot.
Mm-hmm. She is going to go over to where Thomas is and kind of like lean on if there's any bars, like any like ledge or anything for purchase. And she's
there's like a balustrade around, so there's like places for leaning and all of that. They seem fairly sturdy.
She'll lean against it, face to face with Thomas, and she's going to give him like not necessarily a motherly stare, but a mildly irritated stare. when I said that everyone needed to go to their corner, that didn't mean take pot shots on the way out. I'll be fine. I'm gonna stay here tonight.
Okay.
That's fine.
Now, as you two are dealing with that out on the balcony, Effigy, are you gonna head out, stick around? What's Effigy up to? Is Effigy just like, I'm just gonna go?
Part of him, because he has his own little faith journey he's on.
Yeah.
Part of him wants to go and kind of talk about going down paths that don't always lead to where we think they are and all that with that Virgil. But I think at the end he's gonna be like, we aren't there yet, and kind of just bow out.
Back to the Clan Haven?
Yeah.
Okay. So that leaves us with Thomas and Samantha to finish out our session. So, Samantha, you said that you're going to stay here at the Coterie Haven.
She's gonna see if she can spend some time with Virgil. Hopefully make him feel better.
Okay.
There's like that little stab, like, oh, it stabs in Shiloh.
Oh, it hurts. Oh, my fifis. Thomas, are you going to stick around? Going to go find your corner? What's Thomas up to?
Thomas is going to watch Samantha go back inside.
Okay.
He feels like he should say something else, but he's still too much on edge and he doesn't want it to come out wrong.
We don't want to repeat of last Blood Equinox when Thomas had to do the "I'm sorry for what I said when I was hungry" tour.
Yeah, he's trying not to.
Smart man. Smart man. I see you.
When he figures his cigarette, he is going to go ahead and leave and head back to his haven. Oh, he's going to go hunting first. Drop that back down to 1.
So he is able to go and do his hunting, drop that back down to 1. When you return to your haven, Drew is there, and she is chittering like a methed up squirrel about how she helped the Grand Madame put in new rose beds, and how she suggested red and white borders with a black core, and how the black rose is the Grand Madame's signature flower. And then they went out shopping, and he told her anything that she wanted. He just gave her the black card, and she picked up a few suits that matched Thomas's, and she's very excited to wear them out sometime. And it's just
Thomas is going to gently take her hand. I'm glad you enjoyed your evening tonight.
And she'll just kind of give you a look and be like, and what about you?
Spending time with the family isn't always the most exciting.
And almost unprompted, she kind of steps up to you and gives you a very stiff, robotic hug. It's very brief. But and then she just kind of, her head snaps up to look you in the eye and says, the Grand Madame says sometimes when people have difficult days, they enjoy physical contact. Before she kind of spins on a heel and goes back to sit down with her book and her doll.
That is actually going to make Thomas smile a little bit before he heads to his room.
We are going to pivot over to Hawk. Hawk, you have returned back to your haven. How are you finishing out your night?
I would say, like, on his way, just very quickly just went to go grab just some food just to get back down to hunger one.
Yep. Just need that hunting roll.
I'm just gonna take half.
Okay, that works too.
It meets the 4. Yeah,
Yep.
I don't
That's
trust
fine.
the bot anymore.
Understandable.
Yeah, and when he gets back, he's going to very angrily throw his clothes on the ground. Do a little bit of minor destruction of property. It's his property, so it doesn't really matter. Just let out the anger and the frustration that has built up in the evening. Seeing the brand on Virgil's forearm. He doesn't agree with what his sire has told him about Mithraians. But even horrible people speak grains of truth in the fact that Mithraians are not always good people. Usually they're not. And it will end with just destruction of property and breaking of the mirror as he's just letting out his rage and just begrudgingly agreeing with his sire in this moment.
Okay. Remind me, does Hawk have Sense the Unseen?
Nope, he just has heightened senses.
Okay.
He was never given Sense the Unseen. Yeah.
Understandable. Effigy, you're able to make it back to the clan haven. Things are quiet tonight. Most of the Nosferatu are still trickling back in. There's not very many of you anyway, so it is it is a quiet night at the Nosferatu haven. And lastly, but not leastly, Samantha. You have opted to stay behind at the Coterie Haven. And when you head back in, you can still hear Virgil just as clearly as you had before you walked outside.
She's gonna lightly rap on the door.
You will hear the rustling of fabric, just kind of somebody trying to hastily pull themselves together. Just a second. Before the door unlocks and opens, and you can see that, like, he's tried to hastily wipe away the vitae leaking down his face and tried to put himself back together. He offers a smile. Oh, what can I do for you, Ms. Nocturne?
She's gonna offer him just a small smile in return. I think we all need to get some sleep, but would you be interested in baking sometime soon?
I promised Miss She some tea cakes. If you would be amenable to assisting me, we could get them knocked out before day sleep takes us.
Perfect. I might need an apron.
And he kind of like reaches past the door frame across the wall into the room and pulls out two different aprons. One is, they're both novelty aprons. One is that kind of reminiscent of like the lacy French maid outfit. And the other one reads, "Kiss me, I'm crazy."
I wonder which one he's gonna go for.
He holds them both up like, pick one.
Which one did he wear earlier today? That's the real question.
The one he wore earlier today was the one that says, "Kiss me, I'm crazy."
She'll take the French. She'll take the French one and let him have his "Kiss me, I'm crazy" apron.
And we are going to end out the night with Samantha Nocturne and Virgil Love settling into the kitchen of the Coterie Haven and preparing to bake some tea cakes for one Miss C for she. This has been a roller coaster ride of a session, gang. I appreciate you all for hanging in there with me. We haven't done a 4-hour session in a minute. We are going to take a minute. We are going to go around our table. We are going to introduce our players, who they are, where you can find them. We're going to go through our STs, and then I am going to release you out into the night to cause havoc and mayhem and whatever it is that you will. So we will start at the most inevitable point. Thomas, tell us who you are, where we can find you.
Click the buttons first. I'm Kit. I play Thomas Pierce. You can find me Kitsune Charms, where you can find me under that, with or without an underscore. It depends on where it is. Mostly on TikTok still. That's where I'm most active. Otherwise, if you can find me, sure.
Okay, popcorn to another player. The button.
We're just going to throw it over to Hawk.
You are muted, buddy.
Oh.
Everything's fine. I'm fine. Everything's so chill and cool.
You are...
Hello?
There we go.
There we go.
Muted. Or am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
We can hear you now.
Cool. I play Hawk Castillo. Hello.
And what is your name, good sir?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I think he's having internet issues.
I think I went a bit robot.
I can hear you now. Nope, there it goes.
All the way up until now. Okay. Oh my god.
Do you want to
Okay,
go to like effigy?
Is this better?
Tom,
yes.
like, where was this button 15 minutes ago?
So, let's go to effigy, and we'll circle back around to Hawk.
Hello, I play Effigy, the Nosferatu. Currently, I'm not doing a whole lot on socials. Life is busy, but you can find me occasionally on TikTok under the tag below. It's basically my real life name, my government name, if you will. And I do a bunch of stuff like voice acting and tabletop writing and stuff like that. I'm on itch.io, tabletop RPG and stuff under Chemical Rabbit. And that's it.
All right. Oh,
I think
so
he's
we're going
reloading.
to. Yep, since he's relogging, we're going to move on to Samantha.
Hi, howdy, hello. I'm the player behind Samantha Vesper Nocturne, the bratty and chatty Rose of Philly by Night. Outside of game, my name is Shazi. I go by brat.khalifa. It's going to be right here on the screen. I can be found on Twitter, or not Twitter, sorry, TikTok, Blue Sky, Instagram. I post vampire content and really whatever I feel like it. So feel free to follow me on any of those social media platforms. I've got some new stuff coming out for you.
And now, lastly but not leastly of our players anyway, Hawk, who are you? Where can we find you?
Okay, I'm gonna get this quick before the fucking online gods smite me again. My name is Hawk. You can find me. My character name is Hawk. My name is Nico. You can find me at Touch a Goblin on any social media platforms that you find. If you can't find me that way, then you're not meant to find me. Thank you all. Now, hopefully, the gods don't smite me.
Onward to one of our fine STs, a member of the storytelling staff here, who portrayed Mona Reese tonight. Mona, who are you? Where can we find you? Can we find you?
I mean, you can. The results may vary depending on who you are if you find me. But going into that, I am Fennecly Wilder. You can find me on just about everything at the Fennec Wolf. Tonight, I played Mona Reed, one of our lovely Ventrue SPCs who's maybe hanging around more. I don't know. We'll see. And then once a month, you can catch me here running the Mystery Machine table where they go out and solve Philly's mysteries. And up to the man in the chair, the big old visionary, the guy who pulled us all together.
Oh, please. I am just plain simple Einar. Hi, gang. I am Einar. I am the lead storyteller here at Philly by Night, and I run the New Guard table along with various other SPCs and help the storytelling team kind of form this grand vision that is Philly by Night. You can find me anywhere from TikTok to YouTube to where the skies are blue. You can find me at Einar_TTRPG, except on Blue Sky, where you can find me at Instar's Orbit. You can also find us, you can find the VODs of our past performances here on YouTube, TikTok, Blue Sky, at Philadelphia by Night, or at Philly by Night. We've had some issues with the name in the past. But thank you all so very much for joining us and sticking through our program. Have a great night. And remember, just because we play monsters does not mean we can't be the light in somebody's world. Stay safe. Have a great night.
Bye.